Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091#.
Thank you. All votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. I now call this meeting to order and ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Mayor Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madeira,
Here.
Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon,
Present.
Councilmember Kim,
Happy New Year.
Councilmember Dukes, Councilmember Ford,
There.
Councilmember Douglas,
Present and Happy New Year.
Councilmember Dukes.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right. Please join me in a moment of silence, followed by pledge of allegiance. And we had a community member, Emerald Cerna, who lost some family members lately, so please keep that in your prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Yeah. Councilmember Chacon?
Is this one we could, for the consent agenda?
No.
I'll wait for that.
I have a amendment I'd like to ask. So we have a number of people signed up for 2661 in the notice of council business. I would ask the council if we could move up ordinance 2661 repealing existing Metropolitan District moratorium after the notice of council business. That's my motion. Councilmember Kim?
I'll second that.
Okay. A motion on the floor is to move ordinance 2661 up after notice of council business.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that's unanimous vote, 9 yeses. All right. On to public comments. Just a sec here. All right. All public comments except for those on public hearings will occur now. If you are intending to comment about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comment for that particular item is heard. Now, tonight, usually we give 3 minutes each for multiple items tonight because we have a list of folks online and in the city council chambers. So public comment shall be limited to 3 minutes total, not each item. So that's how we were going to proceed forward. Would the city clerk call on those who are on virtual first, please?
Mayor Douglas, the first person we have for virtual comment is Angela Beers. If you're in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand or press *9. Angela Beers. I do not see Angela in the Zoom.
Okay.
The next person is Kendra Berg. Kendra Berg, if you're in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. I do not see Kendra Berg. Janet Hopkins, if you're in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand or press star 9 on your phone. I do not see Janet Hopkins.
Okay.
Rona Sanchez, if you're in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand or press star 9 on the phone. I do not see Rona Sanchez. LaCria Dixon, if you are in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand or press star 9. Okay, I see Kendra Sanchez just popped up. Kendra, if you want to unmute your phone.
Didn't see that.
I got a text from somebody waiting. They said there's no sound.
There's no sound.
I don't know how to get this.
We can hear you.
Can you hear us now?
Janet Hopkins did not get the link today. She said she's watching the meeting, but she needs the link.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Is this Kendra Berg?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Kendra, you'll have 3 minutes to speak for public comment.
Okay, my name is Rana, not Kendra. It's Rana Sanchez, and I'm at 10680 Waco Street. Good evening and Happy New Year, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, and Mayor Douglas. I have 2 items I would like to address this evening. The first one is regarding lifting the moratorium on metro districts. I am requesting that you postpone lifting the moratorium on metro districts until after you thoroughly discuss and hopefully amend Ordinance 2549 so that you can close the remaining loopholes related to metro districts. These changes will allow the City Council to have oversight over these districts and will make the changes so that I would be able to support this. The second item I would like to address is Councilman Madera's absolute contempt for and disrespect to those of us who live in Reunion. His constant snide and glib remarks are very offensive to those of us who live in the north. Saying, why don't you just move if you don't like metro districts, is not helpful. It is mean. Oscar, I'm sure you would not like it if I said to you, why don't your constituents just move if they don't like the potholes and semis driving by their homes in the South? Oscar, while you may represent people who live in the South, your vote on every proposal impacts everyone in all of Thomas City, and you should remember that. It impacts those who live in the South and in the North.
I don't know what to do about that.
I hear over and over from City Council and City staff that you all want to have the North and South come together, and you say you're always looking for ways to do that. Well, your divisive rhetoric does not support these claims and intentions. The other City Council members who represent people in areas that are not Reunion do not behave this way. So I don't think it would be too difficult to behave in a mature manner like they do. Thank you.
Okay, before we go on, we'll do something new here this year. Understand the comments that were made. I appreciate that. I just want to address to make sure we maintain inclusive and respectful respectful environment for everybody. So making a comment, please make sure you are respectful and inclusive in this council chambers. Thank you.
Okay, Kendra Berg, If you unmute your microphone, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Did you want to unmute your microphone?
Okay, can you hear me?
Is this Kendra?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, I'm deeply concerned about the passing of the natural medicine legislation that has just happened, and it's my awareness that the City of Commerce is looking at joining the regulatory framework without meaningful consultation or collaboration with local indigenous communities. We have been stewards of these sacred medicines for generation. This omission perpetuates the erasure of indigenous voices and knowledge systems and raises critical questions about equity and justice. The natural medicines are more than substances. They are living beings sacred to our communities and central to our spiritual and cultural practices. Any policy must respect the protections enshrined in the RFRA, the American Religious Freedom Act, a federal law that safeguards the rights of Indigenous people and other practices that the government doesn't have interference in. Moreover, the legislation risks exacerbating environmental injustices, commercializing and scaling access to these medicines without robust environmental protections will further exploit ecosystems already under stress. The burden of these harms is likely to fall disproportionately on communities that already suffer from the cumulative environmental injustices, such as those in Commerce City. While wealthier communities like Boulder avoid such impacts, equity must be at the forefront of our discussion. Historically, Indigenous communities and marginalized populations have faced systemic barriers to healthcare access, cultural education, and environmental justice. Natural medicines have been integral to our healing, enabling us to address these disparities in ways that Western medicine often fails to. And so discarding these realities is to ignore the intersections of healthcare inequities, cultural genocide, and environmental degradation. So we call for a comprehensive equity analysis to guide this legislation, ensuring that it respects Indigenous sovereignty, environmental stewardship, and the communities that are most impacted by environmental harm. So without this, the legislation risks becoming yet another tool for colonization, exploitation, and not a pathway to healing or justice. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Burke.
Thank you.
Next, we have LaCria Dixon. If you're in the Zoom, unmute your microphone. LaCria Dixon, if you're in the Zoom, you can raise your hand or press star 9. Can you hear us, LaCria?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, what I'm calling about is there's a property that I live by on 58th and Newport, and I've called on the property multiple times. My mother has called on the property multiple times. The address is 5800 Newport. It sits on the corner. It's a large gray house that has apartments attached. And we had some tenants that lived there. They since moved out. And now, since they've moved out, they've been out for about a month. We've had multiple ambulances taking individuals out in stretchers in what looked like body bags with their feet dangling outside of the bags. There's trash, beds, different furniture sticking out everywhere. There is no property management there. We don't really know what's going on. We just had a whole bunch of youth move into the main house. And we do know that when we did call and talk to Commerce City and code enforcement, that it is not sanctioned for an Airbnb, but that is what it's being used for. what can we do having an elementary school directly across the street, knowing that there is in and outs constantly, there's drug activity? What can we do to keep our children and the community and the neighborhood safe?
Thank you for that information. And you said that's at the property at 58th and Newport?
5800, yes, it's a large gray
5800.
house that sits on the corner.
All right. I'll pass this on to our city manager here, and then we'll look into it and get back with
Okay.
you with the follow-up. So thank you very
Perfect.
much for calling that in.
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, next virtual speaker is Doreen Armelin. Doreen Armelin. If you're in the Zoom, please raise your hand or press star 9 on your phone. Okay, you should be unmuted, Doreen. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. My address is 5817 Newport Street in Commerce City. And what I was calling about is the gunshots that we are hearing in our neighborhood. I heard one today at 9:22 a.m. Clear crack. You knew it was a gunshot. We hear them all the time. And I noticed that Commerce City publicized that the shooting that happened off of 62nd and Kearney was able to be identified because it registered with what the police department has as the indication of whether or not they hear a gunshot. And I was just wondering, is that working accurately? Is that something that the public can see the reports on? Because I have called multiple times on different gunshots that are going on in the neighborhood. And I'm just wondering, is there anything at all that is Commerce City Police being made aware of it? I guess is my first asking is, are they aware of it or is it not registering? So that's what I'd like to find out about.
Thank you. Could you give me your address one more time?
5817 Newport Street.
Okay, and can I ask about the time of day this gunshot was?
For today,
Yeah.
9:22 a.m.
Okay. Well, I'll follow up the city manager, and someone from staff will get back with you.
That would be great.
So thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, next we have Gabriela Galindo. Gabriela Galindo, if you're in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand or press star 9. Okay, Gabriela, unmute your microphone, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Hi, good evening. Thank you, City Council, for your time and presence this evening. I am Gabriela Galindo, and I speak on behalf of myself and as a member of Indigenous communities who are profoundly impacted by the Natural Medicine Health Act. I've been involved for 3 years regionally in advocacy and policy work around the adverse impacts of the bill, which was written and steamrolled despite the objections and concerns of our respective communities. It was written without the consent and consultation of respective and Indigenous communities who have long stewarded and protected these sacred medicines from the discrimination and prosecution of Western policies and carceral systems. And the bill largely erases our communities. In my observation during the last 3 years of watching this process, equity was a minimal consideration when it was considered at all. And when it was often weaponized as a way to push the bill fast for accessibility and because people need the healing now. At least that's what we were told. Steamrolling past the communities most impacted in the name of healing systemic inequities and injustices only creates more systemic inequities and injustices. I urge the council and those private interests driving the urgency around opening these so-called manufacturing testing facilities to pause, slow down, and invest in a culturally responsive equity analysis with the communities of Commerce City, emphasizing and elevating the voices of genuine Indigenous leaders of these traditions. A plethora of environmental harms on air, water, land, and people stand to affect this community, and we must avoid further burdening and harming an already deeply disproportionately impacted community. These sacred medicines were never meant for mass consumption or commodification, nor to be grown in a factory and manufactured. Time and time again, we heard over and over in response to our concerns as Indigenous leaders and communities that Western communities need healing. And I'm asking you, what is the healing that you need healing? What is it that you need healing from? Individualism, predatory capitalism, and exploitation of our planet are just a few of the mass imbalances in the United States. In no way, shape, or form will ignoring the voices of those people, discriminatory laws and policies have long targeted help you if you continue to co-opt our medicines and traditions and erase those who fight hard to protect the conservation and protection of these sacred medicines. Please do not steamroll through your due diligence of culturally responsive equity analysis of the community and prioritize the voices of Indigenous communities most impacted and with deep and profound knowledge of these sacred medicines. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Mrs. Garland, Janet Hopkins, she has the email, but she's having trouble. She has not located the link. Okay. All right, thank you. Kim? I got reset the clock there. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Micah Carter. Micah, if you are in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. Micah Carter. I do not see Micah. Diego Delgado, if you're in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. Diego Delgado. I do not see Diego. Shelby Noble, if you're in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand or press *9. Shelby Noble. Okay, please unmute your phone and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. I am submitting comment as a bond underwriter for Metro District bonds within the state of Colorado. Upon review of the mayor's supplemental materials, I would like to provide some commentary on how these would impact the bond issuance process. Related to requiring land sale proceeds to repay bonds, assuming a developer entered into an agreement with the district requiring the remittance of a portion of lot sale proceeds to repayment of district bonds, such revenues would constitute private payments under federal tax law and could further lead to a characterization of a district bond transaction as a private loan, which in both cases could result in the district not being able to obtain a tax-exempt bond opinion from bond counsel and being forced to issue taxable bonds bearing interest at a higher rate, increasing the cost of providing improvements for housing. Second, bonds are generally issued with 5 years of call protection, meaning they cannot be repaid during the initial period, so there would be no place for these funds to be utilized. Additionally, the sale of property within a district by the developer at a higher price than anticipated at the time of issuance does not necessarily jeopardize the repayment of district bonds. A higher lot sale price than anticipated suggests that the buying developer expects to obtain higher than anticipated home sale prices, which would potentially accelerate the repayment of district debt, but in any event would not reduce the likelihood of repayment of the bonds. District bonded indebtedness does not constitute developer indebtedness. The proposal inappropriately equates the developer with the district and presumes that the developer is responsible for the repayment of district indebtedness. This is not reflective of the typical structure of district bonds or the expectations of investors in district bonds or purchases of real property within a district. And lastly, related to this section, the district has no rights with respect to real property within its boundaries or the proceeds resulting from any sale that is private of such property and has no statutory authority to control the use of these proceeds. Dictating such a use of private property may be an illegal taking. Lastly, regarding the requirement to develop property within 6 to 12 months of a service plan approval, neither the city nor the district has the authority to dictate that a private property owner develop its property in any particular time frame. Rather, the city has the authority only to regulate what may be developed via the entitlement process and the power to terminate certain approvals provided before the vesting of property rights. The district has no statutory authority with respect to the oversight of regulation of private development. I would appreciate review of these proposals before moving forward with the mayor's supplemental materials. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for your comments.
Mayor Douglas, next we have Carissa Garcia. Carissa Garcia, if you're in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. Unmute your microphone and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Carissa Garcia, and I am also here to speak on the natural medicine regulation. I was born and raised in Colorado, and I currently live in Denver. I join you today as an Indigenous and environmental justice advocate. As an Iraq War veteran, I understand the benefits that natural medicines provide for healing the nightmare of war and for treating post-traumatic stress, depression, anxiety, and addiction. As an Indigenous person, I'm committed to protecting our lands and future generations. Throughout the last year, I served on the Denver Natural Medicine Working Group as an advisor on regulation and licensing for the psilocybin natural medicine industry, including healing centers, therapeutic facilitators, and cultivation, manufacturing, and testing facilities. I have also deeply engaged with Indigenous and BIPOC communities to hear and communicate their concerns and needs. Historically, we have seen how legislation that grants access to land-based benefits and traditional medicines have mostly granted access to the rich and already privileged, while they continue to poison our land and chip away at the freedoms of its Indigenous stewards. The people living in Commerce City and surrounding areas have endured much suffering at the hands of industry pollution, and I advocate for the City Council to do right by the people and the land you serve. All planning and formation of regulations should include Indigenous peoples of this land, as well as local people who descend from other lands where this medicine has been exploited, such as Mexico and the Central American countries. These medicines are sacred participants in the spiritual lives of many Indigenous peoples. Medicine workers have carried this work across generations, and it has survived genocides. I urge you to respect the cultures and people who have shared these medicines and messages of peace with all of us in the first place. Through my work in natural medicine advocacy, I learned that licensing costs are not the primary economic barriers in participating in the natural medicine industry for Black and Indigenous people, but rather the cost of real estate, to start new businesses such as healing centers and urban farms often present impossible obstacles. Please exercise or create programs that get vacant properties owned by the city into the hands of Black and Indigenous business owners. And finally, as you navigate constituents' needs and draft regulation, I ask that you respect the Freedom of Religion Act as it pertains to Indigenous spiritual protections and Colorado's Environmental Justice Act to protect this already disproportionately impacted community from further pollution and health crises. Move at the speed of trust and invest in the health, wellness, equity, and economic sustainability of the people of Commerce City. Land back and ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Mayor Douglas, next we have Janet Hopkins. If you're in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. Janet Hopkins. If you unmute your phone, Janet, you should be able to speak.
Thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks so much, Kim. The only thing worse than the misinformed statements displayed during the council meeting on December 16, 2024, with regard to metro districts and service plans was the lack of regard and the utter contempt shown by Councilman Oscar Madera. You attempted to insult all of the homeowners in Reunion by suggesting that we did not do due diligence before purchasing homes under the Reunion Metro District. You said that we should have consulted the home builder, as if all purchases here are of new homes from home builders. Then laughably, you suggested that the folks who don't enjoy paying exorbitant Metro District fees while getting nothing in return should simply sell their homes and, I quote, move across the street to where the mills are lower. I want Reunion homeowners to let that sink in. Again, the contempt you displayed by your statements is disturbing. And while the comments were frankly uninformed, the statement that homeowners were duped perfectly illustrates why the Reunion Metro District should be dissolved and why you and the council should take as much time as necessary to ensure that any potentially new metro districts that are formed cannot gorge themselves on future home buyers the way the Reunion Metro District has. Councilman Madera, you were right. Many homeowners have been duped because the small blurb in the real estate contract to buy and sell does not describe the degree to which the Reunion Metro District can take bonds, borrow money, and undertake projects that have little or nothing to do with the homeowners who are funding them and then strap the homeowners with debt. Since you think homeowners were duped, I should think that you would be more thoughtful and more sincere in your efforts to craft a service plan for potentially new metro districts so that future homeowners are not duped. Again, your statements on December 16th reveal that you seem to think there is a problem with the Reunion Metro District charging 98 and upwards of 100 mills. Well, we agree with you. So why, as an official elected by homeowners and not developers, would you be so flippant and so hurried crafting a new service plan? Why, as elected officials elected by the homeowners, would Councilman Dukes and Councilman Kim vote to allow more metro districts to be formed before the loopholes are completely closed? Why not work with the council to fix those issues and possibly find a remedy for the homeowners who are currently being duped by the Reunion Metro District? Please remember who elected you. It was the homeowners, not developers. And please remember for whom you are working. It is your constituents, not the developers. Thank you again.
Thank you for your comments.
Mayor Douglas, that concludes our virtual speakers. Moving on to public comment, in-person speakers. First person we have is Robert Taves. Robert Taves, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Mayor Douglas, members of council, Robert Taves.
Oh, Robert.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, the button.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
Thanks,
Mayor Douglas, member of council, welcome to the new year. Anyway, Robert Taves here, 7120 66 Place, Commerce City. I've been living at the same address for a little over 20 years now. Mayor John Ford knows the issue that I've been dealing with code enforcement for quite some time. It had backed off during COVID. Well, that was it. It's back up again and back running in full force. I got a phone call today from one of your code enforcement officers demanding search of my property. And it was like, well, what's going on? Well, you've got a camper on your property that you're renting out. I said, no, I'm not. They said, well, we've seen on Facebook that you are renting it out, and we want to come search it. Now, back in 2016, I had a major issue with this because code enforcement and this city violated my civil rights as well as violated their own rules and regulations. I don't want to see this happen again. I am going to go ahead and push back. I am done of this. Every time I get a new code enforcement officer, they want to come in and see what I'm doing on my property. It's none of their business. Okay, I'm fed up with it. I do have an idea and I do have a plan that would actually benefit the city. Could make, tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars annually for the city if I can work with the city manager and with code enforcement and with the city council here to allow people to live in campers. There is permits in place and things and ordinances and so on and so forth that need to be followed. But I do believe that in the long run, that things like this would benefit the people of the city. It would benefit the homeowners as well as the homeless and as well as the city itself. But my major complaint is right now is the code enforcement and coming in and demanding that they get to search my property. They did it to a friend of mine. Excuse me. They did it to a friend of mine. They sat there and they said, well, if you don't let us see what's in your backyard, we're just going to get a search warrant. That needs to stop. The right of entry needs to stop. It needs to be redone and reworded because enough of this right of entry thing. Code enforcement does not have a right to come search your property anytime they feel necessary to come do this. And it goes everywhere. Like I said, my friend got scared to death thinking that she was going to be arrested because they didn't let code enforcement go look in their backyard. They had nothing in their backyard. But the code enforcement bullied their way in through it. My time is about up. I have more to say, but I'd like to work with the city council and the city attorney.
Thank you,
about
Mr.
getting my
Taves.
project done.
Do me a favor and give your information to our city attorney,
Okay,
and then I would like to discuss and have a meeting with you.
we could do that. I've got a meeting with code enforcement next Monday, so we can work with that.
I
too.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Let me step off a sec.
Mayor Douglas, our next speaker is David Polly. David Polly, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. David Polly, 18029 East 99th Place. I come here tonight because the mayor has been acting in an inappropriate, unethical, and immoral manner. I have written this council several times about this since last May, and to date, nothing has come of it. And Mr. Douglas has not been held accountable by himself or this body. None of the last 9 months, nor this speech right now, gives me any pleasure. This is a total waste of my time and energy, and I gain nothing from this. But I will not sit idly by while the mayor of our city defames me and lies to my face, especially as he did Friday night at the bar. The short version is the mayor ran an unknown and unconsented background check on me to collect personal information, including details of every phone number I have had going back for the last 25 years. However, he failed to get my current number. When confronted by this, he denied it and said I gave him this information while I was drunk. I never did any such thing. I have asked him to tell the truth and to offer his apologies formally, yet he refuses to do so in an appropriate manner. I want to know, Mr. Mayor, how you came about my detailed personal information. Why you then regardless of whether I gave it to you, drunk, saved it in your phone for later use. In addition, I would like to know if you've done this to other members of the community. Did you do this to my wife? Did you do this on your own, or did you do this using the privilege of your office and trusted positions? And what was your motivation for doing so? Were you attempting to dig dirt up on me, Steve? Were you showing me that you could get information on me as a means of threatening me? Was your intent malicious? Or, which sadly I think is the actual case, are you just an idiot? No answer to any of those questions is pleasant. I want the mayor to come clean. I want him to offer a written, formal apology, to answer all of my questions as soon as possible. And if you can't do this, I am asking this body to censure this man for his highly inappropriate, unethical, immoral, and total and complete lack of integrity. I supported this man for mayor, and I regret every single thing that I did to put him in that chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Polly, and please.
In writing, sir.
Mr.
I
Polly,
caution you,
Mr.
sir,
Polly, no,
first-
Mr. Polly, you're in my chambers. I heard you. You had your 3 minutes, and I appreciate that.
I want to know if you are
Hold on,
under
no,
oath right
Mr.
now.
Polly, if you want to discuss this with me, give you information to the city attorney, and I will contact you. But I'm not going to do this.
I do not want
I am
any
not going to
contact
do
with
this.
you
I am
without
not going
the
to do this
presence
in
of
the
the
council
attorney.
chambers. And if you proceed, I will ask you to leave.
I do not
Okay.
want any contact with you that is not written, nor without the presence
That's
of the
fine.
city attorney.
Please get that information to our city attorney. Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, the
I do have a
next.
question, Mayor.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mr. Polly, for coming up and speaking. I guess a comment for our city attorney, we have a conversation on the books for looking at our ethics code. Can you share with Mr. Polly when that date is?
Yes, if you'll give me just one moment. We have a study session scheduled. Let me pull it up. So it's scheduled for January 27th for a study session to discuss an ethics code.
What time is that at?
It is at 6 o'clock.
Thank you, sir.
And city attorney, could
Thank
you
you.
please highlight council policy 25?
Sure, Mayor, happy to. So just to clarify, the city is in a process of potentially drafting and adopting a formal ethics code. That said, there is an ethics policy that has been adopted by this body that currently exists in Council Policy 25 that is available on the city's website. If you click on the link of council policies, you can click on that, and then it's Council Policy 25 that has a formal process.
And also, could you please explain the submittal back in May and why a response wasn't given back?
So I cannot do that, Mayor. And the reason why is complaints are supposed to be confidential in nature. If you read through Council Policy 25, the way that it was drafted intentionally takes myself and the city manager out of that process. When a complaint is submitted, if it meets the minimum threshold criteria, the city clerk is supposed to provide that to a third-party magistrate.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Polly, thank you.
Our next public speaker is Christy Pollard. Christy Pollard, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor Douglas and members of City Council. My name is Christy Pollard, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the Metro District Education Coalition, which is a consortium of industry professionals made up of special district attorneys, special district accounting firms, bond attorneys, and bond underwriters. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Colorado. We are here today to comment on City Council's considerations concerning various Metro District policies. Specifically, we are concerned with a number of the proposed changes that are being discussed alongside the lifting of the moratorium regarding Metro District service plans. First, the idea of using land sale proceeds to pay down bonds would present a significant issue under the federal tax exemption guidelines because such monies would not be considered good revenues per the Internal Revenue Service. As you are aware, Metro Districts issue tax-exempt bonds, and private land sale proceeds are not considered public sources of repayment and will create a problem with the district receiving a positive tax exemption opinion. Bondholders need certainty that the bonds are tax exempt prior to issuance. It is important to note that this provision will create a major private payment and/or private loan issue under the federal tax code and will cause significant issues for investors who are looking to purchase tax-exempt debt, as obligations paid from private payments such as these land sale proceeds would most likely be deemed taxable under the federal tax code. This would effectively cause all bonds issued within Commerce City to be deemed taxable and would cause developers to need to seek solely taxable financing, thereby completely impairing the city's districts from being able to benefit from the issuance of tax-exempt financing. Second, we are concerned with the idea of allowing 30 days for City Council to submit comments related to the bonds. This allowance does not work within bond issuance timelines. If the requirement is to submit bond documents for the city for review at least 30 days prior to the issuance of bonds, and then allowing the City Council to submit comments for up to 30 days, then receiving comments back on the anticipated day of closing would cause each closing to be delayed. Bonds would not be able to be ticketed and issued, and bond purchase agreements would be violated, thus incurring liability to the districts. Finally, we are concerned with the requirements that Metro Districts submit all documentation, presumably all bond documents, 30 days prior to execution. We would encourage your consideration of clarifying this language to allow for the acceptance of draft documents, simply because final bond documents are not available until at least a week, if not less than a week, before bond closing. Thank you for your consideration of these important matters. We would welcome the opportunity to work with City Council and city staff on these matters should a stakeholder engagement process be employed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mayor Douglas, next we have Jackie Valdez. Jackie, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council, City Management. I have to take a breather for here for a second, kind of listening to some of the things that's being said tonight. I'm kind of overwhelmed. We all know that we've called out Oscar several times. That's no acknowledgement. I think Oscar at one point needs to stand up and he needs to defend himself. He needs to start being more involved with Ward 1. We should not have to call Oscar out for any reason whatsoever. He should be setting up meetings with Ward 1. He should not be involved so much with Metro Districts as far as other wards. We need to focus on what's happening in our area here. Not that we don't care about the North, because we do. But when we're sitting here and we're dealing with all of the chemicals that are being put into the air and breathing this stuff, we need our council member to stand up and do right by us. We should not have to make complaints to the city council nor to the management. We need him to stand up. We have Rocky Mountain burning off like crazy. We have Suncor burning off like crazy. We have yet to hear anything from Oscar as far as having meetings to help discuss some of the things that are happening, more informing of what is going on in our area. We have gunshots like you would not believe. We have homeless like you would not believe. We have trucking industries that are in violation. And yet we do not have our council member even coming door to door or sending out flyers or even saying, hey, here I am, I'm in your area. Let's have a meeting, let's get this straightened out. We're not getting that. So I'm asking tonight for Oscar to stand up and start taking care of Ward 1. That is his responsibility. As far as anything else is concerned, we've already discussed the golf course, and tonight, mentioning the fact that certain people think that volunteering isn't a quote-unquote great thing. Well, how's that person going to pay for all of the volunteers that aren't going to be volunteering? They're going to pay for them out of taxpayers' money. So just remember that when we say, oh, well, volunteers don't matter. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Valdez. And I just want to state that this year, let's try to, all the council is going to work towards making sure that every citizen's taken care of, and that we all work as a body here, and that we come together to help you out. We're going to make sure we look at your issue, and then just want to make sure everybody is,
Thank you.
when you come to the podium, be respectful when you have, but just know that when you talk to us, you're talking to all of us. And I'm sure Councilmember Madera is listening, but make sure you address your issues to all of us, because we're all responsible.
Exactly.
Okay, so I just want to let you know.
As one body.
Yeah, exactly. So we're all responsible, and not just one person, but all 9 of us. So, but I thank you
Yes.
for your comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Mayor Douglas, our next speaker is Keith Rogers. Keith, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Management.
Evening.
I want to start tonight off with a somewhat positive note. Week or two ago, we had an idiot driving around shooting a gun, and Commerce City PD was there within 7 minutes, which is a first. Over the weekend, I called about an ATV again, spinning around in circles, tearing up our baseball fields over at Fairfax Park. You can see where they've been through the grass. Nobody ever showed up. When do we get an equalization on getting some of this other stuff? We've also got big trucks going past very fast on Colorado Boulevard, engine brakes, horns, constant. Friday night, there was 7 trucks went by my house that were flying well over the speed limit. Jake brakes, horns, squealing tires. We need to start taking care of some of that. So I would like to see how many of you would love to come over and spend a couple hours, see what we're going through in this area, and see what we can do for a solution. I also need to find out, are they going to do anything from where they stopped the road construction on Colorado on south to Brighton Boulevard? I've heard rumors that they were talking about a sound barrier wall, widening sidewalks. I have access out my back gate. I want to make sure I'm going to still have my access out back gate, because I cannot get my fifth wheel out the front. So need to find out when, why, how all that's going to happen. So appreciate your time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Mayor Douglas, next we have Brenda Berggren. Brenda Berggren. If you want to come up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. Thanks for letting me talk. My name is Brenda Berggren. I live at 15501 East 112th Avenue, Unit 23F, at the residences at Buffalo Run. My husband and I lived in Reunion for 14 years, and we've been at our current address for 3 years. As a new resident of Colorado in 2007, metro districts were something we had never experienced. I don't think there are many homeowners in a Metro District happy with the apparent infinite burden on us for the cost of the Metro District. I'm not sure whether many of us actually understand why the greater part of our property tax bill goes to the Metro District and how that benefits us. The increased property assessments plus the ongoing burden of the Metro Districts that they're having a negative effect on many homeowners who no longer feel they can afford the high property taxes in this area. I'm here to speak about the two ordinances affecting Metro Districts as we move forward. Although I definitely am not an expert in the nuances of the ordinances, this is what I understand. Ordinance 2661 put in place a year-long moratorium on the city's processing and approval of new service plans for residential Metro Districts, and that the year is up at the end of January. Ordinance 2549 was developed to give the city more oversight and guidance on new service plans for residential Metro Districts. This is seen as a positive move to have more control on Metro Districts moving forward, something I believe all homeowners would like to see. The city requires time to work on potential amendments on Ordinance 2549 that would ensure loopholes are closed. Delaying the lifting of the moratorium on Ordinance 2661 to allow City Council to have adequate time to review and improve Ordinance 2549 seems to be an absolutely necessary move to ensure better oversight of new Metro Districts moving forward. Tonight, I am asking City Council to delay lifting the moratorium on Ordinance 2661 and supporting work to make the necessary changes to Ordinance 2549 that will make it a valuable tool in helping to have better oversight on Metro Districts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bob Hannon. Bob, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Mayor Douglas, council members. I'm here tonight to speak in regards to a car wash that is proposed to be putting up basically in my backyard. It is on the corner of 104th and Revere. My address is 10421 Revere Court. Right across the street is where they're proposing to put this atrocity of a car wash. I had sent in a letter to the city clerk. I think, do you all have it? I was told that you all would have a copy of that letter tonight.
I'm not sure. I know we received several.
I have copies in front of me if you guys would like it.
Well, I was going to say that since this is going to be at a hearing, it has not taken place, I would advise you to wait until the hearing to have the same statement come forward, because we really shouldn't be hearing on this before the hearing that is coming up for the car wash.
Well, that is going to be tomorrow night. So
That's for planning. That's for planning.
Yes, for planning.
So I would wait tomorrow, come in, talk to planning, sign up by the date, by the due date and time for tomorrow, and then have your testimony tomorrow before the planning committee, because it's going to come back to us.
Right.
At that time, you can come in and provide testimony then at the hearing.
Just to add to, if you do find, and I can leave copies of the letter if you'd like. Since I sent that, there is an additional car wash that is now on 120th and Chambers. So that puts approximately 5 car washes within a 5-mile radius. And I just want you folks to know that it's not needed. Sound pollution, air pollution, garbage pollution, all that is just, it's going to come into effect. And when we spoke to the last meeting, which was on the 3rd of December, we got dismissed by the developer. We got dismissed by their attorney. It was not a good thing. They're giving out facts that are false. They said that it takes 120 gallons of water to wash your vehicle in your driveway. They also said that all the cars nowadays have auto shutoffs for the air pollution. I don't know about you, but I own 3 cars and not a single one of them has that auto shut off on it. There's children in the area. That's going to make twice as much, if not 3 times as much traffic in that area. It's just something that I need you guys to please take a look at and consider it.
Well,
I'm the
I
only
appreciate your
one-
comments. And again, show up tomorrow for planning, and you don't even have to submit, you can come in just like you did tonight. There'll be time for you to, prior to the meeting, sign up, and you can provide a testimony. I'm sure tonight was not your testimony that you want to provide for us, a full testimony. And then when it comes to us on our agenda as a public hearing, please come back.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, thank you for your time.
Would you like me to leave some of those?
You leave that with our city clerk.
Yeah, you can leave them with me. My recommendation would be to not look at any information until it comes before you in a quasi judicial setting.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next public comment speaker is Ryan Keeger. Ryan Keeger, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. I'm sure you guys know why I'm here. I'm here over and over again over this. Metro districts, they've ruined Commerce City for the last 20 years. I have 2,048 homes that I represent as the president of North Range Metro District 1. I don't ever hear a positive thing about Metro districts. No one's saying, and I love our Metro district, I wish we could get more of these. I love paying crazy taxes. I don't. What I do hear is developers up here complaining and saying, please give us more ability to do what we want. Oh, we don't like that you're restricting us. I don't hear any citizens saying that. So I sit on the other side of them, telling you, I know what the real harm is. I feel the real harm and I see it every day. You guys love to sit there, and the people that are for this, I know I'm supposed to speak to the body, council as a body, so I'll try my best. You say that the Metro districts are great because they have the amenities, they're so great. I have a several 100-page report from our district manager showing me all the things of maintenance that we're not taking care of. We have no funding at all to take care of these things. We don't have any backup funding. We have no control. Developers hold all of that. They spend their money as they see fit. We had our roof fall in our rec center because it wasn't taken care of. It ruined our basketball court. It cost several $100,000, if I'm not mistaken, and a huge amount of time to take care of because the developers didn't care. They just let it be because they've already got our money. They don't care. You like to go on and say that we needed this because of commercial. I looked it up today. Commercial, according to the Colorado.gov site, pays 27% of their assessed value, whereas residential pays 6.75. It's a difficult calculation to figure out, but it's there. I looked at my 2024 taxes. I personally will pay $7,655 this year in property taxes. King Super is 104th, just down the road, pays just north of $198,000 in taxes, property taxes. Half of that goes to North Range Metro District 2, which ultimately ends up with Union Metro District, which goes in part to Oakwood for the most part. I don't know of any commercial place that's just dying to pay crazy property taxes with the unknown capability of it going sky high in the future. It's just too much risk, and the overhead sits there and terrifies them. So we can only get these high margin businesses to show up in the commercial areas. So throwing more metro districts in to get commercial is a huge fallacy. On top of that, we get just bait and switched left and right. They tell us one thing, they put the bonds out for it, it's too late, we can't do anything about it, and then they take it away, and all of a sudden we get high density residential, which is apartments for the most part. We were promised to have the huge, nice commercial area on 104th and Tower. It was supposed to have bowling alleys, theater, baseball diamonds. I see what I that. And several other things. And yep, now that's all residential. That got all taken away. We have no idea what's going to happen there, but it's not going to be nothing for us. Finally, there's 2 ways to do things. You can do them hard now and have it easy later, or have it easy now and hard later. We've already seen what it's like from 2000 when we did it easy, because it's hard now, I'll tell you that. If you want to go through now and put the hard effort in now and get it done right, do the hard now so it's easy later, because we can't go through and have hard more.
Thank you, Mr. Kiefer. Appreciate it.
Mayor Douglas, our next speaker is Daniel Frank. Daniel Frank, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Daniel Frank, property owner at 96th and Tower. I know that you'll be voting later tonight on whether or not to lift the moratorium on processing service plans for new metro districts, as well as modifications to the new service plan, and I wanted to share a few thoughts. I was originally going to stand up here and give a rebuttal to some of the opposition to lifting the moratorium, but then I was informed of the late add to the agenda to further modify the model service plan. I was going to tell you about how at the last hearing, it was said that this is being pushed through, needs to slow down, and council hasn't had an opportunity to evaluate thoroughly. This cannot be further from the truth. According to city staff, the modified service plan started in 2019 and has been ongoing up until 2023 when the new model service plan was adopted. During that 4-year period, the city spent hundreds of thousands on consultants putting in place the service plan that was adopted in 2023 with absolutely nothing to show for it, wasting taxpayer money. During that exact same period of time, I was able to annex, zone, and develop a 65-acre community in North Glen called Carl's Farm. This project added over $238 million in actual value to the city, 164 units for seniors that are all rent-controlled and affordable, 282 for sale units, 285 rental units, and 9 acres of commercial and retail, which I understand is what the city wants to see, and was awarded Master Plan of the Year in 2022 by Colorado Economic Development Council, and am trying to build the exact same thing here in Commerce City. Commerce City will continue to lose out on economic and commercial retail opportunities similar to this while council continues to do what's in best for their campaigns and not what is in best interest for the city and its residents. Now, what is actually being pushed through needs to slow down, and council residents and stakeholders have not had an opportunity to evaluate is the changes the mayor is proposing. These changes have significant detrimental impacts on both businesses and residents alike. Furthermore, the mayor shook my hand and assured me numerous times at our meeting on June 21st, 2024, that material changes of this nature relating to Metro District, service plans, land development code, and comp plan would be discussed and worked through with stakeholders, and that he would not do exactly what he's doing tonight. Clearly, this was not genuine. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Zubia. Maria Zubia, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Zubia, longtime Commerce City resident, 6295 East 66th Avenue. I'm here as the Director of Community Affairs with Adelante Community Development, and so actually not here to complain or anything else, because I will tell you as a longtime resident, I find it that it's easier if we come up with solutions than just the complaining part, because that doesn't get us anywhere. So I often said, let's propose solutions as well as complaints, so I won't do that tonight. Tonight, I'm here with good news. I'd love to first wish you all a Happy New Year and thank you all. I know that public service is not easy, and you guys have put in lots and lots of hours in the past, so this past year was not easy for anyone, and I just wanted to say thank you. So good evening to all of you, and on behalf of Adelante Community Development, I'm honored to invite you to 2 impactful events that celebrate and support our vibrant community. First, we invite you to join us at our 11th annual Dia de Reyes celebration, a cherished tradition bringing joy to children and families in Commerce City. That'll be on Sunday, January 12th from 10 to 3 at Salon Madrid Event Center on Monaco. And I did send this email to Mr. Rogers to share with you. So I hope you have that. I just want to publicly invite you all to come. And if you're able to, this event will provide 1,500 toys for children ages 0 to 12. And it's an opportunity for them to meet the 3 kings, the 3 reyes, and they'll have access to vital resources such as vaccines for children and adults that are at no cost to them. So you're invited to volunteer. Your presence would be greatly appreciated, and it means a lot for us to celebrate the magic of community and connection in our city. Second, I encourage you to save the date for our Adelante Connects, a monthly gathering designed to empower Spanish-speaking entrepreneurs and foster collaboration. That'll be on January 30th from 5 to 7. At the location, I'm waiting for approval, confirmation of use of the Small Business Resource Center. So Adelante Connects is an opportunity for networking, inspiration, inspiration, and collaboration. It brings together business owners, nonprofit leaders, and community supporters to share ideas, forge partnerships, and champion the incredible entrepreneurial spirit of our Latino community. So Latinos are the fastest growing business owners in the U.S., and this gathering would be a testament to our commitment to their success. So your leadership and involvement are invaluable to the continued growth and prosperity of Commerce City. So we hope you can make it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Could you, I know you sent the email out, could you also pass that information out to our city clerk?
I am happy to, who do I give that to?
Or you can give it to attorney too.
Oh,
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, our last speaker tonight is John Szymanski. John Szymanski, if you'd like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And I don't see John here tonight, but
All right. Thank you. Okay. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline and incorporated into the updated agenda packet. If a follow-up is necessary, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. Next is a proclamation. Declarating. This is declaring February 25th as Black History Month. I will invite Dee Dee Gill and Joanne Gaines and Deanna Hall, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Commissioners, forward to read the proclamation.
Good evening and Happy New Year. Okay. Whereas Black History Month celebrates the contributions that African Americans have made to American history in their struggles for freedom and equality and deepens our understanding of our nation's history. And whereas in 1926, Carter G. Woodson and the Association for the Study of African American Life and History launched Negro History Week to bring attention and promote studying Black history as a discipline and celebrate the accomplishments of African Americans. And
whereas Woodson sought to highlight the contributions and accomplishments made to the history of our country that for years had been omitted, and whereas the African American community has endured decades of struggle to be recognized as equal among our fellow citizens, and
whereas in 1976, as part of the nation's bicentennial, President Gerald Ford decreed Black History Month a national observance, stating, "We can seize the opportunity to honor too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history." And whereas during the month of February, our nation takes pause to reflect on the injustices and struggles fought and overcome by African Americans throughout our nation's history and pay tribute to the battles they have fought in the name of equality. Now therefore, the City Council of Commerce City proclaims the month of February 2025 as Black History Month and encourage all residents to join in celebrating our country's diversity and continue the efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all.
Thank you. I appreciate you ladies coming forward and read the proclamation. Last year, I had the opportunity to read a proclamation, and as I was reading that, I was taking in the words, and it really touched me, and I had a hard time reading the proclamation. So I appreciate you coming forward with Diversity and Equity Inclusion Commission. So I think we're gonna hear and see a lot of the commissioners come forward throughout the year. So don't go away here. I need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for reading the proclamation with such passion. And I want to also thank you for your service on the DEI Commission. We know that there has already been a movement in Congress at the federal level to do with DEI. That is a downright shame. I've also heard that there's a movement to, through the Project 2025, to dismantle the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We in Commerce City will not participate in such degradation to the efforts that have been made and sacrificed. People don't realize that people lost their lives trying to get the right to vote in this country. There are lists of people, of names that we do know, but there's a much longer list of names that we don't recognize, just trying to get the vote. So this is a very important proclamation that you're bringing forward. I thank you so much, each and every one of you, for coming forward tonight and honoring us with your reading of this proclamation. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon?
I'm grateful for you being here. I'm grateful for your presence and what you represent, and especially on DEI. I'm honored and humbled because we often forget that we're standing on our generations that became before us and everything they went through. So it's not just in your words, but in our actions and how we support you and how we live every day with how we're really going to implement not just a proclamation, but what this really means to our citizens and that type of representation now from here on out. So I'm grateful for everything that you do in any way that we can support you, especially these initiatives that if they are attacked, we know how to stand in solidarity together. I am more than willing to do that with you always. So thank you. I'm humbled and honored.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you for taking the time to come and read the proclamation tonight, and also your service. Anytime we look for service on our boards and commission, it's not an easy thing to do, so I appreciate you to be a part of the community. I think a speaker said earlier about the importance of finding solutions and taking your time and joining commissions to be a part of the city. I really appreciate it.
Any other council members want to? All right, don't leave. Okay. All right, the motion on the floor is to approve the proclamation. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open.
It passes unanimously, 9 yeses, and I will invite you come up and we're going to take a picture with you. So council, please come forward and.
You too. All right, we're gonna do a couple here, just make sure we get it.
Can I ask the city manager Rogers and? Yes. For him, his executive moment? Any other staff, please come on up.
She's standing in the back.
Yeah.
Everyone, welcome.
Please join us. Yes, please do.
You'll find a spot for Jason, it's not that difficult. I'm gonna get the phone later, I lost you. There we go, perfect, thank you. And Councilmember Nolan, could you scoot just a shade that way? Actually, there we go. Perfect, perfect.
Does council need a bio break? You guys want to go ahead and torture through? You want a 5-minute break? Okay. We'll do a 5-minute recess. 5 minutes, I'm setting the clock. All right, we'll go ahead and proceed here. All right, up next is notice of council business. Service plan proposals and changes to ordinance 2549. I'll be introducing this item and making a motion. I would say that based on the comments that were said tonight, my intent was not to approve this tonight as it is. This is opportunity, I'm asking the council as an opportunity to actually look at some revisions. And Councilmember Kim had brought on first reading, and at the time I had spoke, I had several items to present. Those could not be done that night, so I decided to wait till second reading and then asked to motion of council business to actually put the items on the agenda so there's no surprises, so people knew exactly what was going on. Same thing with the developers, which you heard tonight. And it was, like I said, it was not going to ask the council to adopt any of the language tonight. So my motion is to direct staff to review the supplemental material provided and to place an agenda item on the February 24th City Council Study Session agenda so the council and city staff can discuss potential revisions to Chapter 13 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code and the City Model Service Plan. That's my motion. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for you as you're thinking through this model service plan changes. And my question is what's different between this process versus the original process that started in 2019? It took about 4 years with consulting cost, as well as stakeholder feedback and improvement. And then I believe the current was a new model service plan, which is new, which was revised based on the 4 years of work, was approved in 2023, November of 2023, by several of our members here on council, including our Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Why and what's your thought process around a new need for changing something that took 4 years, multiple stakeholders' input, and was approved just recently as of November 2023?
Thank you for the question. Just to correct you, actually, this was asked back in 2017, to look at the service plan, and it took till 2019 for that council, after my term, to look at those items. And then it was 2020. And then there was revision, but the revisions still leave several loopholes. And then also adding language, because if there's certain language that could help existing metro districts if they're adopted, that would help with metro districts that are already built out and they're resident controlled, that when their house is appraised and the value goes up, the mill levy should be adjusted so that it reflects the current added adjustment.
Thank you, Mayor.
And right now, we don't have that.
Thank you. My second question is, given that this moratorium has been in place for 2 years and there really hasn't been a study session, a small group working session around making or adjusting these loopholes that are apparent, I guess they're loopholes that are said to be loopholes. When we think about this as coming up for another revision or conversation, what influence or what input are you going to get from relevant stakeholders so that we can produce a document that reflects, changes that took place over 4 years or new changes going forward? Like what is the process for that?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. And that's why I'm asking to place this on February 24th for a study session, so these items can come forward and we can discuss them.
Okay.
And that way, not everything's going to be adopted, but at least we have the time to discuss it, and then we could potentially have a discussion with stakeholders. Not counting that out, but first, I'm asking for an opportunity to have that discussion on February 24th. A lot of things can be answered during that study session.
Thank you. And then my other question here is, there's a substantial amount of changes or recommendations that was submitted in the supplemental document. Were you able to share where those changes came from, and who was the stakeholder group that provided those substance changes that we're going to be looking at?
Yes, myself, Mayor Pro Tem, and there was also members of the public that provided some language change.
Is that stakeholder group going to be available will you be able to share the stakeholder task force that worked on that? Members of the public, yourself, Mayor Pro Tem, and who else was involved with making these substantial changes or recommendations?
Yes, that discussion can take place if this passes for February 24th discussion.
Okay, thank you. And when we think about these changes and the city staff's time, how do we ensure this process is different from the 4 years, multiple stakeholder input, and also the consultant? Was it Harry or was it Butler and Snow as a consultant firm where we spent a little over $60K to, my understanding, review current model service plans as you relate to other metro districts across the Front Range? How is this process going to be different from what's already invested within the city? And why did that process not uncover loopholes before?
Well, didn't have the opportunity to present those loopholes as a citizen. I was not on council at the time when those were proposed to the council.
So, my understanding is that there were loopholes that you knew about that the consultants and the stakeholder groups didn't know about? Is that
correct?
Okay. And then my last question here is regarding the oversight of metro districts. As you know, it's a special district, so we don't have jurisdiction over that per se. But in these changes, we mentioned removal of the city manager. How does that create complications into expanding in his role and with the city's role, specifically council's role in helping create a quality community when you remove them from oversight?
No, this is not about removing the city manager at all on the process. And I'm just going to finish to answer this question. That's why I'm asking for February 24th date to discuss this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Dukes, since you raised the question about why I would do this at this time, given the fact that I had voted for it previously, is that things were brought to my attention that quite frankly went unobserved to us as council members at the time. One of them that stood out for me is that new metro districts would have a responsibility for regional roads, no matter how near those roads were to them. I think that's one of the obligations that concerns me greatly. I had mentioned at the previous meeting that there are multiple references, and I do want to go back to something. One of the things that we were trying to do on that previous council, and I'm not suggesting that this new council will feel the same way. Elections have consequences, I understand that. But previously, we wanted the city council to have a more significant role in determining whether metro districts were qualified and what benefits they were bringing to the community that would make them a worthwhile addition. On that basis, it was important to us that the city council retain a certain level of authority when it came to service plans. There are, however, in the service plan, 16 to 18 mentions, I don't have the exact figure in front of me right now, that leaves the decision-making or reception to the city manager. And this is not about a current city manager, it is about any city manager, that in theory, you are busy. You are running a city of 70,000 people, and you have lots of responsibilities and lots of departments. And there should be, it seems to me, a committee of people who are on staff who have an understanding of it. The attorney should participate in it. Any number of people should participate in making these determinations about the service plans. I believe that issues have been brought forward that I will accept that I didn't notice and have now. And at the time, it was important to me to find an alternative to metro districts, special improvement districts, government improvement districts, and so forth. That's what this time was to be utilized for. It was only in recent weeks that the city manager stated to us that there didn't seem to be a viable alternative. Or I would have suggested reviewing the service plan far before that. Nevertheless, we are where we are right now, and this is why it's important to me to review the service plan and to have a discussion at the at a study session as the date that the mayor suggested, which isn't a major delay, and then we can figure it out from there with which is what we would like to do. I think there's very valid concerns that are raised in the documentation that the mayor provided, and I think it's worth the time that we need to take a look at it. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So I would like to echo what the Mayor Pro Tem just said. I have been on council for the last 3 years, and this has been on the table. And I must say, it's been an interesting journey. I know that we had town halls about this, and it was supposed to be where everyone was supposed to get together so that the development community could hear from the citizens. And they were put in silos, and so those were done separately. I didn't feel like the citizens were ever really given an opportunity to really weigh in. It was pretty well, I don't know what the right word is here, and I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. So at any rate, what I saw tonight were citizens coming forward. This is obviously something that they're very concerned about, but I also saw pressure from the community who benefits from having these metro districts in place. And so given that, I don't know when the moratorium was supposed to end officially. However, we got a motion on the floor that passed to lift it, and I think it was prior to the actual end of the moratorium. That came out of nowhere. And so the vote was made, but here we have an opportunity to revisit it on second reading. And I think we owe this to our citizens. We do not serve the development community. We are elected by the citizens who live here, the residents who live here. And so to push this out a little bit further, to me, is the only wise thing to do. And it's what we owe the people who had the courage to come forward tonight. And I know it's not easy to give up your time and to come and speak in public, prepare a statement That takes a lot. The people who are putting the pressure on us to lift this are the ones who are profiting. And the other people are the ones who have to live with our decisions. I think it's only right that we take this opportunity to look at this one last time. I can tell you that sitting through all of those meetings with the consultants and lawyers who were getting paid a lot of money to come in to consult with us, they didn't catch all the loopholes. And so this was set up for it to be an advantage to the people who make their livelihood from this. And so I'm all in favor of giving this one last look and making sure that we do what we were elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you, Mayor. Metro District is partly also why I got involved with council. It seems very much an injustice when it comes to communities. And tonight, even though it was the first time tonight, just hearing the community members asking us that if you would close those loopholes, they're willing to understand what that really means as Metro District. But we at any time as council members should be able to question past councils if it's not being effective, and Metro Districts has already proven it's not effective for the North, and it's dividing the North and South in a way that our community members shouldn't be pitted. I appreciate that the transparency, especially in recognizing service plans and the recognition of not just taking it out of the city manager's hands, but putting it back in city council's hands so that we can be transparent is actually incredibly crucial when it comes to community oversight. We do speak for that community representation. We aren't here for developers. As I mentioned, I was here as a community organizer and I wanted to be on council because I saw that there wasn't enough community oversight, frankly. So I don't want to perpetuate our community members to continually feel like they can't talk to us and they can't be involved unless they have to run for council. You shouldn't have to run for council to be able to make changes in your space when it's not working for you, especially as a property owner and especially pitting you against developers. We shouldn't have this competition anymore. As I mentioned before, economics means home management. And this is not a good way to manage our community, is to constantly have our community at odds when they are also property owners and we should be vested in their interests. So I think this is incredibly crucial to not just discuss metro districts, but the type of precedents that past councils have made, and that we should at any time be able to question those loopholes again and again and again whenever we need to, because it's not serving our residents and it's making them feel like not only do they have to move, but they can't afford anywhere else.
Thank you. Councilmember Madera?
I keep hearing loopholes, but I haven't heard a single specific example of a loophole in the current service plan. So that troubles me, that kind of rhetoric where we're saying that, all the work that went into revamping the service plan, making sure that we reviewed the document and put those protections into place are still have loopholes. But what is the loophole? So, that in itself is just a little bit of fear mongering, in my opinion. We worked about 4 years on this, got outside counsel, brought in bond counsel to look at alternatives to metro districts and look at alternatives to the current districts, right? Because this change in service plan will not affect any existing metro district. And so my comments were taken out of context earlier where this doesn't change existing metro districts. So the only way to change your situation, if you're in a metro district that you don't believe suits you, is to get out of that metro district. And unfortunately, the only way to do that is by moving to either not a metro district or a metro district that, better suits what you want metro districts to be doing. And, it's not taken lightly to say, to move, but it's becomes the definition of insanity, right? Where people think that this is going to change their situation when it's not. We need to make that clear. This changes future metro districts, brings those protections into place, taking what we've learned from existing metro districts and what we've seen, people go through, and making sure that that doesn't happen again. But that aside, I'm happy to talk through this at a study session and go over these points. The problem is, do we want to get anything else done? We only have a limited amount of time. We've spent so many nights staying up till 1, 2 a.m. talking about metro districts and trying to fix the service plans and regulations, and finally coming to an agreement. And now we're saying, we worked through with all our citizens. We had consultants come in and have open houses. We worked with developers. We worked with this body and bond council. And you know what? Even though we had all those professionals and all that input, it's not good enough. And so we want to spend more time, given that we've already spent 4 years, and what's the cost of doing that? What are we going to let go by the wayside? Because we can't do everything at once. We have to, be focused on what we're working on. And if we want to focus on reopening this topic again, something is going to have to take a back seat. We only have so many staff, so many hours in the day, and so much money to pay for consultants. So we spent all that money, and we're basically saying that it was all for naught. So that's my problem is, yeah, I'm happy to discuss this and make the service plan better, but it doesn't come without cost.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Douglas, you mentioned that you knew there were loopholes as well as there's lack of community engagement and that the consultants didn't provide input enough for the process. And you said they were broken into silos and you knew that that didn't happen. And you still voted to approve the model service plan in 2023.
Councilmember Dukes, is that a question for Councilmember?
No, my
Douglas?
question is,
Are you making a comment?
no, my question is, so the first part is like my understanding. I'm seeking to understand that you knew that there was a flaw in the process from what I'm hearing, that there wasn't enough community involvement and that you felt like outside consultants didn't listen. That's the seek for understanding. The question itself is, during the 2 years of the moratorium, can you explain for me what effort you put in to address the new service model or new service plan, knowing that you approved it, but there's also these challenges that you knew about?
Well, I'm not an
Councilmember Douglas.
expert on this. So would you like me to answer the question?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm very observant, and I also participate. I did not understand all of it. I still don't. It's very, very technical. And this was, I've known there were flaws in it, and that's one of the reasons I was happy that there was a moratorium. But I can tell you that I have had a lot on my plate, and the service plans for the metro districts was not a priority.
It wasn't a priority, okay.
But I was at those meetings. And I felt like when the citizens participated, and we asked that the citizens and the developers could meet together, that was denied, okay? And so then when the citizens came out, and I remember Mr. Pauly was one of the people who came out in support of the council people who were really trying to protect the citizens. And we were appreciated at that point in time. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not an expert on this, but I do know that I can see when something is set up to be predatory. And that's why it's so important to close any kind of loopholes that I have discussed with other people from other municipalities who are going through this same thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, a question. So thank you, Councilmember Douglas. My question's around, I'm trying to understand how this next reiteration of process is going to be different from the process prior. Knowing that we went through a 4-year process with consultants and they're still knowing and self-claiming they're not experts, right? And we still approved it. With majority of the council is still seated here today. How do you envision this next process being different, knowing that we're not experts, or knowing that there is a new model service plan in place that was approved by us, or prior council, and knowing that there hasn't been any active action to approve it or model or fix the loopholes per se in the last 2 years, no subcommittees, like what's different now that will lead us to a result that actually creates a new service model, model service plan that's not what we did in the past?
The difference is, I wasn't part of that discussion. And I've served in the Metro District, and knowing what the effects are, this policy, if it's adopted, some of the language could actually help those Metro Districts that are resident-controlled, that don't have autonomy, and we're not going to take autonomy away for those who already have it, but we'll give them the ability to at least adjust their mills when their homes are appraised higher. So the money comes in, it would make sure that those mills are adjusted so there isn't extra money being spent where it's not supposed to. So it will provide transparency and also the opportunity as well for the residents to weigh in. So it doesn't have to automatically go down. This could be a vote of the citizens who are there. So that's why I'm asking for us to have this discussion on February 24th. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I just want to reiterate that the process did not have a lot of community involvement. There was a meeting in 2022, and in August of 2023, the city council had literally made a motion to ensure that there was public engagement, and we held a 3 or 4 hour meeting on a Saturday here in City Hall and invited the community to speak. But that was about it. Folks keep saying that it was 4 years, as if it was some sort of intense effort. That isn't the case. Again, I would encourage everyone to at least consider the possibilities. There are good suggestions brought forward. As for residents in the Metro Districts in Ward 4, and there is no resident in Ward 4 who doesn't live in a Metro District, by the way. And when the new taxes came out based on their mill levies, many sold their homes yes, they do have to make that choice. They are forced to make that choice. And when you see their comments on social media about the impact that this is having on their families, it really tears your heart out. So I am absolutely not going to accept anything that I don't feel is going to protect residents going forward, because previous city councils approved documents that, and service plans that did not protect people. So I encourage everyone to please consider having the study session on these ideas that were brought forward on, in February, and that we would postpone ending the moratorium until after that. Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah, we're basically at the same spot we was this time last year when I got on council. We're not making any progress. We're not working with the developers. And I don't see us going anywhere until we start working with the developers. And, 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, we basically said that we didn't want to use any tax dollars from the old Commerce City to build the new Commerce City. And we agreed to that. But, it's been over 20 years we've been collecting taxes in the new city. And, I'd be in favor of using some of those taxes that have been collected in the last 20 years to help with the infrastructure out there, to build some of the bridges and the roads and stuff. And maybe that's the reason why these metro districts are having to tax so much, because they're going to other cities and they're bringing in big-time awards and stuff. And from building over there, they've got the awards to prove it. And the other cities seem to be happy. We might need to look at this a little bit different, but I won't be supporting this tonight. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon? Councilmember Dukes? Oh, your name was on there?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I wanted to call for the vote.
Okay.
Your vote is open.
May I clarify what we're voting on? There was quite a bit of discussion.
Yeah, the motion that's on the floor is a motion directing staff to review the supplemental materials provided and to place an agenda item on the February 24th City Council study session agenda so that council and city staff can discuss potential revisions to Chapter 13 of the CCRMC and the city's model service plan.
Thank you. Yeah, it passes, it doesn't pass, 4 votes to 5. Okay. All right. Okay, next item is, was gonna make a motion to postpone the second reading of ordinance 2026, but this first one didn't pass. So a motion to continue the second reading of ordinance 2026 to a later date.
Mayor, just to clarify for the record, it's ordinance 2661.
Yes. That's my motion. Councilmember Chacon?
A second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to continue the second reading of ordinance 2661 to a later date.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that motion fails 4-5. All right. All right, go back to ordinance 2026, repealing existing metropolitan district moratorium. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Dare.
Move to approve ordinance 2661.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Any discussion? The motion on the floor is to approve ordinance 2661 in second and final reading. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So let me, I've been quiet this entire time for a reason. As someone who does live in the Reunion Metro District, someone who does pay over $10,000 a year with regards to my property tax specific to that mill, and as someone who thoroughly has some major disdain with the Reunion Metro District and the master slave deal, as someone who brought up the motion to put that moratorium in place back in 2022, I believe, to say we need to put a moratorium on the Metro District. And I know some of these council members up here did not approve of that, which is fine. We have gone through this. We have gone through the issues. We have gone through the service plan. I trust that staff has done their due diligence, as has brought forward to council with everything that needed to be identified within that service plan. As a council member, I've talked to residents as well previously to talk about some of the suggested language changes that we've made during study sessions. Get it. I get it. Mayor Douglas, you weren't here at the time, and I know now that you are, you want to add those changes. Part of me, and so the way I look at it, right, for me is like I am never going to be that person to say that nope, we're never going to go ahead and leave this moratorium in place. Nope, we're never going to. We're never going to look at it again. In the meantime, there are 74 metro districts, right, within Commerce City, I believe. Honestly, I could count probably a handful of them probably are the worst. And I will say it, Reunion Metro District sucks. It really sucks. And I was on that board as well for the North Range Metro District 1, and I was one that was a huge proponent of the one that wanted to see them to be removed as the master slave district. City has done their part. The city has put together a service plan. The city has capped out the mill levies. The city has done their due diligence that we have seen, that we have done. And I hear a comment tonight about, the ones that are for this, which includes myself, to repeal it, are profiting. Well, damn, if that was the case, I'd have my 1965 Chevy Impala convertible manual transmission, red in color vehicle, my candy apple red car, straight up. But I don't. So, and honestly, I probably wouldn't be living in the Reunion area. I'd probably be living somewhere else in my RV, somewhere down by a river. But I don't. I think we've come up with some proposals. We've come up with some solutions. We talk about, how could existing metro districts fall into the new service plan? Absolutely. You've got residents who are on that board who could potentially say, hey, let's make a vote. Let's put ourselves on that new service plan. I also see that there has been impacts with economic development, and city manager, correct me if I'm wrong in that department or not. But we have addressed a lot of the concerns over the past 2 years. I purposely left it alone, left that moratorium in place. I can't be one that's just going to sit here and just say, you know what? Screw the developers. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to leave the moratorium in place and leave it as is. Now, granted, come November, Sure, things may change. You never know. If people want to bring it back, they can. But we need to give that new service plan its due diligence to see how that's going to work. Unfortunately, the last time I asked, I said, you know what, why don't we look at this in a year? Why don't we look at the service plan in a year again to see how well is it working? How well is it not working? Fortunately, that failed. So with that said, I am for repealing this moratorium. I set it up, I requested it. We fixed the problems that we had with it. If there were problems before that should have been brought up before, we have done our due diligence, and I believe the city has done their due diligence as well. So we're at that point, we're at that crossroad where we need to see if it's going to sit. Let's put it out there. Let's work it.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to clarify that I did not say that there was anyone on this council who was profiting from this. I said that the people who came up and spoke at the podium, who were trying to make sure that this moratorium was lifted now, prior to having a look at it when there are possibilities for loopholes being closed, that they are the ones that are profiting. So I would like to make that very clear that there were no accusations made on my part for anyone on this council. I want that to go on the record. And I do want to say that I don't think lifting the moratorium was on our radar. It came out of nowhere as a motion. And yes, we probably should have been looking at this, but we've had pretty packed schedules, and that has not come up as a proposal. But to give it a little bit more time, I really thought would have been appropriate, especially after hearing the people who live here coming forward and taking their time out to speak before this council. The other people, I'm sure, were on the clock, and they're probably getting good salaries to come out and speak to us. But the people who live here who came forward tonight are not. And I wish I could support this lifting of the moratorium. I don't know when it was set to expire, but I'm sure that I will be in the losing position based on previous votes this evening. However, I do need to let my constituents know that I am here for them. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noel.
Thank you very much, Mayor. City Attorney Zarzaki, could you explain what was allowed under the moratorium while it was on? Was there anything allowed that the city could do during that period of the moratorium?
Yes. So just to be clear, the moratorium was on new metro districts. I think that's what you're asking. So to the extent that there's an existing metro district that was seeking an amendment to their service plan, that is something that an existing metro district could have brought forward, and this council could have required the adoption of the new service plan in that scenario.
And what about new or proposed metro districts?
New residential metro districts could not move forward under this moratorium.
So I noticed when the developer came to the podium, he mentioned that he had been working with city staff and he named off various things that he had done at another project that he has. That is a project that is about 2 blocks from a Metro Rail station, so it's unique in that way, unlike the other one he's talking about. But he mentioned that he had been talking with staff and had come to an agreement on the amount of commercial during his remarks. Was that kind of conversation something that was allowed under a moratorium?
I'm not privy to what he was referring to. I guess to ask that question more generally, if a developer were interested in bringing forward a metro district for commercial development, I don't know what the process would be here, but it is not included in the existing moratorium.
That's correct. It'd be following our process as established, given that there wasn't any limitation or prohibition on their submission. And to clarify, the discussion that the developer was having was not intentionally around the moratorium, but around a potential development program that would be subject to an annexation and zoning if they chose to resubmit. So 2 separate items.
But we knew his only method of developing his project was a metro district.
Not necessarily, ma'am, because the conversations with staff, based off of the number of conversations that you all have had at council around GIDs, SIDs, BIDs, he then took an additional step in wanting to have those conversations at the operative level with our community development, CMO, and PW staff to effectively determine whether or not that was a viable path forward. Functionally, no, it was not. But once again, that's looking at a development proposal, looking at alternative means, but not necessarily a metro district in the main, knowing that there's a moratorium in place.
All right, thank you. I don't think a metro district is necessary, so I will be opposing lifting the moratorium.
Councilmember Chacon?
I'll also not be supporting this and opposing as well. I ask that we have authenticity and respect, most of all, for our constituency. They feel disrespected. It was mentioned that they feel duped. If loopholes were closed or addressed over the past 2, 4, or even 1 year, I wouldn't have had that conversation that I had with you, Councilmember Kim, where you said yourself just last summer you wouldn't touch a moratorium with the 10-foot pole, and yet you brought this forward. I'm actually really concerned about that lack of authenticity to our community members when we're here to represent them. And this is going to have real-world harmful impacts if we did not just try to close just a few of the loopholes that they asked us to, just even here tonight alone. So I will not be supporting this because we are all for the developers and nothing for our community, and that is not equity. And I don't mean equity as an asset. I mean equity as in actually prioritizing our community and what they need and what they've constantly asked. So I'm really concerned that we continue to side with metro districts when we have the most in the state, and we're doing it in a way that completely voids our community members of having any representation and transparency they've asked for, 4 years.
Thank you. I also will be a no vote on this lifting the moratorium because I do not think we give us an opportunity and justice to actually look at these proposals. If I said, notice there's loopholes and you didn't give me the opportunity and you're voting to lift it, that just shows to our citizens where this council sits. And we have opportunities whenever something comes up to look at it, to make sure we are doing, especially if something's in a moratorium. What was the reason why we put in a moratorium? If it was that good, then you guys should have just, at that time, that council should have just passed it and not placed a moratorium in place. That's what the confusing part is there was one put in place, but no action in between until I and others decided to actually close those loopholes, because I looked at it. It's a lot of pages. And I know some of you don't take the time to do that, too busy, whatever, to know what those loopholes are. So I will be a no vote. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a tough question. This is a tough decision as we're thinking about the growth of our city and we think about the amenities needed for our residents. I asked those questions early on just to kind of get a sense of where we're at to make sure that we have done everything we have done to actually address the question and address what are the challenges with the Metro District. While there's a lot of great discussion today, a lot of empathy on our as a body, and there's a lot of empathy, I still haven't heard active action to address any of these concerns. Yet I've heard this wasn't a priority, and I've heard that it snuck up on us. So there wasn't an intentionality to even address the Metro District when the moratorium was in place from this discussion here. I heard that we had stakeholder engagement, but it wasn't good enough. Then I asked the question, why didn't we put together any type of action to address it? Crickets. We had 2 years of a moratorium, and yet we had no effort to address it. And that's a challenge for me when our residents across our city, we need to move on. The last thing that's concerning is when one of the public speakers came earlier, he mentioned he's a property owner, and he mentioned that he's able to do 3 or 4 developments across the cities, other cities, at the notion of $238 million that could be a part of our sales tax revenues. And when we say $238 million, that means that there's opportunities to improve roads, there's opportunities to bring much-needed amenities for our residents across the north. There's opportunities to bring, when we talk about our police substation, there's funding that we can begin to bring safety to our residents in the north. These are not just Metro District discussion. This is like, how do we create a holistic city that we can prioritize what's needed across the north and range? With that, I'd like to call the question in discussion. So I'll make a motion to call the question.
City Manager.
Just to clarify, so under Bob's rules, it's in Rule 18.0, it's called a motion to close the debate. So it would need a second. It's not debatable, so you need to vote on it, and it requires a 2/3 vote.
Okay. So 2/3 would be 6.
Correct.
Okay.
You need a second.
All right. Councilmember Dare.
Second.
Okay. So Councilmember Dukes called for the question. Councilmember Madera.
So technically, it's, under Bob's rules, it's a motion to close debate. So
Yeah.
the motion on the floor is a motion to close debate.
Right. And it's going to take 6 votes to approve it. And you're voting on to close the debate.
Your vote is open.
It fails 5-4. Councilmember Douglas?
The debate is closed though, right?
No.
Oh, it's not? Okay. All right. So, earlier in the discussion, I mentioned that I was observant. And what I observed tonight was a developer coming forward who I know has met with some people on council, who has probably put a little pressure in place. And I've been by his development on 120th at Carl's Farm. There's very little commercial. It is all residential. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Any other discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. There has been, it's been implied that people weren't paying attention or didn't necessarily know what's going on. Let me just tell you what council members brought forward that were included in the service plan. These were recommendations from the city council, certain members, that is, of the city council. All property in metro districts must be contiguous. So there would not be a Reunion Ridge and a Reunion, for example, which is 3 miles apart. The metro district must be a minimum size of 5 acres, no parent-child districts allowed. A percentage of the mill levy to go to city third party for financial oversight costs. Developers cannot make profit on infrastructure. Residents to vote on all ballot issues involving their properties, that was not included. Residents elected to oversee districts upon majority vote, that wasn't included. However, and meetings within 5 miles of district border. What was included, however, is that every year, board members who are developers, which is the initial board for a metro district, must offer to resign. And if there is a member of a property owner, another property owner who owns a home, then they would be they would be able to sit on the board. I get a little frustrated having the efforts of council members who were dealing with this previously as painted as anything other than intentional. It was extremely intentional, and the things that we asked to be included, 90% of it was included. We voted on each item. However, there were things that were included that we did not ask for, and that is the part that has left me wanting us to have another look at it. I also want to make abundantly clear that we also had in the past year information on the cost of services for residential property to the city of Commerce City, that there's actually a cost. There's not necessarily a benefit, there is a cost as well. So that's something to consider too. Thank you.
Okay, just want to wrap this up. I just want to say that the up and down the northern area, there's probably about $2 billion of projects that have been approved and have not started. You have developers sitting on their land and not building. So we talk about, the developer came up and said $238 that was put into another city and potential that could happen here. We have over $2 billion of projects that were approved years ago and have not been completed. So I will, at this time, call for the vote. Thank you. I need a second. Call for the question.
I'll second.
Okay.
Point of order, Mayor. We don't need to call for the question again because there's a first and a second that's already on the floor
Well,
for the overall
Where we
motion.
already
And
called for the question?
we are called, we were at a first and a second.
That's right, I'm calling for the question. Closing it out. Go ahead.
For the vote?
Yes.
Yeah, point of order. Technically, when you call for the question, we got to go through another vote. They have
That's
6
correct.
to 4 majority.
Correct, yeah. So Bob's rules does not acknowledge call the question. It's closed debate.
Yes.
There is a motion on the floor.
Right.
It was seconded, and if there's no further conversation, then the vote can be taken.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Ordinance 2661, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2453, imposing a moratorium upon the city's processing of applications for approval of new service plans for residential metropolitan districts. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5 yeses and 4 nos. All right. Okay. On to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items were presented to council in a single motion and vote. Any members of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion in a separate vote. Tonight, there are 9 items to consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Councilmember Chacon.
I'd like to remove ordinance 2656.
2656. Okay. Any other council members? Okay. I wish to remove resolutions 2025-001. All right, in the motion and second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon.
Second.
Okay. All right, will City Clerk read the titles and take a roll call vote, please?
Minutes of the December 16th, 2024 regular meeting. Ordinance 2624, an ordinance amending Division 3 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code pertaining to marijuana businesses by adding new sections related to security and storage requirements. Ordinance 2625, an ordinance amending Division 2 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code pertaining to marijuana businesses by adding new limits on the number of recreational and medical retail stores allowed in the city. Ordinance 2654, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of local planning capacity grant funding in the amount of $201,902 from the Division of Local Affairs for a housing planner in the Community Development Department. Ordinance 2657, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of Burn State Crisis Intervention Program grant funds in the amount of $208,400 for a co-response program in the Commerce City Police Department. Ordinance 2660, an ordinance amending Division 2 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code pertaining to notice of hearing requirements. Ordinance 2664, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by transferring $172,000 of unencumbered funds balance from the general fund to the capital expenditures fund for use on contract management and sourcing software and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes unanimously with 9 yes votes. All right, on to ordinance 2656. Councilmember Chacon, you pull this off. Would you like to speak on this?
Yes, please. Given the testimony and the communities that I represent as well, I would like to see this go to a study session to know what is the city's liability when it comes to the Religious Freedom Act of 1978. I know for a fact community members have legitimately died just to protect their right to be able to have the Native American church here in Commerce City. So I want to make sure that we don't have our masters and our healers and our indigenous elders having to compete with state certification. What does this implicate? I would also like a study session to know about the environmental justice concerns. Will this be enacted with SB 1266? Another air and cumulative impacts to the soil, given that this is a disproportionately impacted community and another industry trying to move here with certain regulations. And I would like to see if we can have a comprehensive analysis to work with local indigenous communities. I've mentioned many times that Adams County has a large population next to LA. I would love to connect you. And I believe one joined earlier as a consultant, Carissa Garcia, who can help not only understand this is medicinal, but how to have those equity provisions from a state policy.
So is your
So a
motion?
study session.
So is your motion to move this ordinance 2656 to a study session?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councilmember Kim?
Just to clarify, Mayor, so it is an ordinance. What you could do is you could amend your motion to continue the second reading of this ordinance until after a study session is scheduled to have the conversation. You have to take formal action on ordinances, right? So you would do that in a formal meeting, not in a study session.
All right.
Can I amend to have
Yes.
further action taken after there's already been a study session hearing about this?
Okay. Councilmember Kim?
I'd like to second that one, please.
All right. Motion to put ordinance 2656 on second reading on hold until this ordinance 2656 can be heard at the study session.
Yes, I just got a message from the city clerk. He's asking if he can speak to this.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. I assume you guys can all hear me correctly.
Yes.
Thank you. This is Dylan Gibson, City Clerk. As you remember, there was a study session already on this topic on October 28th. This was presented to Planning Commission then on December 3rd, and it's coming before City Council, again, just to amend the Land Development Code to cover where natural medicine healing centers and cultivations and manufacturing and testing facilities can take place. As a reminder from that October 28th study session, the city cannot impose any other restrictions other than what the state has allowed us, which is time, place, and manner. The state already went through after the November 2021 ballot initiative to legalize natural medicine in Colorado. They already went through a outreach effort through the public, through indigenous communities. That's where the distinguished educator licensee comes from. Again, natural medicine is 95% handled through the state, not MED, the State Department of Regulatory Affairs, DORA, and the Department of Revenue, DOR. The city is just here to regulate where these facilities can happen and at what time that they can happen. If the regulations tonight are not adopted, licensees will be licensed by the state Department of Revenue and Department of Regulatory Affairs as those state agencies see fit, and we will not have a role in controlling where or when they operate. So as a reminder, the state controls 90% of the regulations and licensing. We're just here to say where they can and when they can operate within the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes, do you have a question?
No, it was part of the discussion. It was actually a comment that our city clerk clarified that this is a proposition that was approved by voters across the state, and that I was going to ask for, make sure we had clarification that this isn't an opportunity to try to, basically, the city clerk explained what I was going to ask itself. Just want to make sure we're within our duties as local government, where we're not trying to advocate for something that's already passed, advocate for a different position. That should have took place before it actually went to the ballot on the title board and all that conversation. That's not within our jurisdiction as a local government.
City Manager Rogers?
Just as a point of clarification as well, you all heard this matter on October 14th, and there were 3 questions that were posed to you all that informed what was brought forward to Planning Commission. And those decision points were, does council wish to regulate natural medicine at all? If so, does council agree with staff's recommendations? And then thirdly, does council wish to remove the 1,000-foot setback requirement as stipulated or mentioned within that presentation on that day? And once again, we took that consensus and guidance and brought it forward as an ordinance.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon?
Unfortunately, I don't believe I was there, and my concern is Has council or the city reached out to any of the Native American churches that are here within the city limits too? There are a couple. If we regulate where and when we put them, that's my concern, is that I don't want there to be a conflict or where the state, because the state doesn't always know. Our elders do not always disclose unless you work with them closely. Some of them do work with the state. So I would be concerned still about involving those indigenous communities, especially because we have really large churches here.
I'll leave the city clerk is still available to talk about outreach as it relates to place. The separation distance requirement, as I will call it under the Land Development Code, speaks about the healing centers and that the healing centers have that 1,000-foot setback from a child care center, preschool, elementary, middle, or high school. But it does not make any reference to any other sensitive, potential sensitive receptor like a religious institution. So there's no distinction made with respect to that, obviously respecting our LUPA pertaining to land use restrictions and respect to, once again, various religious faiths. So I would just want to mention that.
Yeah, city manager, oh, go ahead, Councilmember Chacon, I'm sorry.
No, please, that was just my concern, is that I want to make sure that one of the Native American churches is on a private property off of Dahlia. It's a large, it serves at least over 1,000 people at that space alone. So connecting with those community members and knowing where that is would be helpful for a comparative analysis. Sorry, City Clerk.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to reiterate what City Manager Rogers had said in that, yes, on October 14th, sorry, not 28th. But yeah, we did have that conversation, Councilmember Chacon. I know it was several months ago, but I did reiterate there at that time that our role really isn't I shouldn't say our role isn't, but the Colorado Department of Regulatory Agencies and the Colorado Department of Revenue already handled all of those outreach opportunities. At this point, what the city's allowed to do is to regulate, again, the time, place, and manner, and the city cannot adopt what the statute refers to as unreasonable regulations. So the regulations proposed tonight is to treat natural medicine in terms of zoning, right, where they can operate the same way that we regulate marijuana. So the natural medicine cultivation, manufacturing, and testing facilities would be zoned similarly to marijuana testing, cultivation, and manufacturing. And that healing centers, because they primarily operate in what appears to be based on state regulations, doctors' offices, therapists' offices, and other similar offices, those would be zoned in our commercial use districts, like any other like dentist or therapist or medical office that we have in the city. So again, our regulations are time, place, and manner, and we have to keep them what the state refers to as reasonable. We cannot adopt unreasonable regulations. And again, going back to what the outreach was done, I was on a couple of those natural medicine rulemaking hearings with a couple members from the city attorney's office at the time, and they did have outreach. There were members from, I want to say like DARE and some other concerned mom groups and indigenous representation and like industry representation as well. So the state did handle those outreach and rulemaking input opportunities at the state level, because again, 90-ish% of the regulations occur at the state level. We're just here for land use and timing. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. My last question is just making sure that it doesn't contribute to the environmental justice concerns, so cumulative impacts of air and water pollution, and then also BIPOC ownership within that space of real estate. That was mentioned as well, that there is equity priorities for BIPOC ownership within that space as well.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
The conversation covered it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Yes, I have another question for the city clerk, and that is when these businesses, because that's basically what it's going to be, come in, will those come before us as a hearing, or do they just, how does the permit process work on that?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Douglas. So unlike marijuana and liquor, natural medicine is regulated only at the state level. Locals don't have a regulatory or a licensing role except for, again, the land use, the time, the place, and the manner. Unlike marijuana, you're not going to have like a natural medicine licensing authority at the local level. These won't come before city council unless for whatever reason, and City Manager Rogers can correct me if I'm wrong. If they needed a conditional use permit, a change to their zoning where they want to operate, that would be the time that they would come before you. But again, that would relate to what the land use allows, not necessarily what the licensing allows. The licensing will be handled strictly at the Department of Revenue and the Department of Regulatory Affairs. There's not a local licensing scheme here in the statute at present.
Thank you so much for answering that question. So in essence, this ordinance is probably the best that we can do as far as having any kind of local say in what happens. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councilmember Douglas. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that what we've drafted here is a very good ordinance for City Council to adopt, to consider both what the voters intended to have, right, access to natural medicine, while also respecting the statutory limits on what locals are allowed to do, and also taking into local control and local interest for the city council in terms of zoning and how these businesses will operate. And then going back, if I can, real quick to Councilmember Chacon's point about the pollution, there are rules at the Department of Revenue as it relates to how they have to handle the cultivation, so the growth, the watering, the refuse, and the waste that comes out of these. There is some consideration for environmental impacts. I'm not sure to the exact extent, but that is within the rulemaking of the Department of Revenue on how these cultivations will grow and deal with the refuse from the product. Thank you.
I want to thank you for stepping in and refreshing our memories on this topic. Thank you.
I had a question for City Attorney Zarzaki. If this vote doesn't pass, what is our ask?
Let's get some clarification. So the motion on the floor right now is to continue this ordinance on second reading to a date uncertain in the future.
Right.
I think your question is the underlying vote of approval of this ordinance. My understanding is if the city does not take action on local regulation, then it's just the state regulation that would apply. So again, the state statute allows very limited control at the local level, which is time, manner, and place, and that is it. We do not have to govern that. I know there are some jurisdictions that have not. I think many jurisdictions certainly have.
Okay, so there's just an added level of protection.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. Councilmember Chacon, did you want to keep your motion? Okay.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 5-4. So City Attorney,
So that motion was to continue the second reading to the future. There was not a specific date. So as of now, there is no local regulation on this. The body can make a separate motion if it so chooses, but that is where we are currently.
okay. Councilmember Chacon.
Do we set a date now for a study session to decide how we should go about this, or an executive session, or how should we?
I don't think that there's a need for an executive session. To the extent that the body is interested in having further conversations in a study session, you can certainly make a motion to do so. I don't want to speak for Dylan, but I think the more clarity and nuanced scope of that presentation or conversation, the better for staff to really hone in on it.
I think my concern is continuing to work with the local communities, especially finding where there are properties or local Native American churches already, especially if we only are able to do time, place, and location, that we're not conflicting with those communities and we're not creating any type of conflict for those communities. My other point of interest would be cumulative impacts, and that we're also going by state legislation of the EJ Act and cumulative impacts 1339, I believe it is, for air and water quality as well for this industry.
So, City Attorney Zorzeki, would there be a potential motion to bring this back to study session to discuss these items?
Yeah, so you could make a motion to direct staff to schedule a study session agenda item to discuss this issue, in particular, the EJ ramifications as well as community outreach efforts. And then we could subsequently bring forward this ordinance again. I don't want to speak for Dylan. My understanding is that there may be a limitation on time to regulate, or at least there will be a gap in time where the state law is applicable and there's no local regulation. Dylan, do you want to expound on that?
No, I think you covered it, City Attorney. I'm going to have to think about this because, again, we're not an environmental agency, and we also didn't conduct the outreach. So I'm going to have to work or invite the state in to speak on this because this is not within our area of expertise, nor was this something that we had an area involvement with. I'm happy to see if they're able to come in and speak to you all, but this is not something that I'm going to be able to provide in any sort of information or presentation on from my office, because all we're focused on is time, place, and manner. So I can see if somebody from the Department of Revenue or regulatory agencies is available to come in and speak on their efforts, since they're the ones that will be handling kind of the regulations and oversight of these licensees. Thank you.
City Manager Rogers?
The city clerk covered what I was going to say.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
I'll just recommend as a body, if there's an effort to ask Dylan to do that research, I'd recommend a vote so that we don't, one thing our city clerk mentions that this is outside of our jurisdiction, right? And there's, we can have a study session, we can have a discussion. However, we may not be able to implement what we're recommending, right? Because it's driven by state law. And so that's something I want to just put out there before you move forward with, before city clerk moves forward with any type of research. I'll recommend doing a motion if that's necessary.
I think just for a point of clarification, Mayor, obviously we're more than willing to have a conversation and discussion. It more than likely will not change what's before you in ordinance because it's outside of our scope, outside of our purview or sphere of control or influence. Nor will it change currently what the state has adopted as its own regulations. So we're somewhat also beholden to the availability of when we might be able to bring those various entities in to be able to speak to you on that matter, which could then lead to a lapse of potential local controls and authority about time, place, manner that we've laid out for you tonight. Once again, we'll do what the direction of the council is, but just wanted to make sure that you all had that information.
So I have just a clarification on this. So time, place, and manner. So basically, if we don't take action and vote this as distance and all, time, place, and manner, and the state go ahead and they issued a permit for someone to actually do business here, it could be put wherever the state deems?
Correct. It could end up next to a childcare facility, could end up next to a high school, preschool, elementary school. So our separation district requirements actually give greater protections to some sensitive receptors. Obviously, it doesn't bring in religious institutions pertaining to our LUPA so that we don't treat them any differently. So there's that aspect of how you think about the location and how you think about the treatment. right, we have a certain identified process, whether it's a by right process as identified in various districts, conditional use permit. If those do not exist, they may be able to issue a permit without having to go through the local regulatory process and us then being aware after the fact. Similarly, with being able to operate from 8 to midnight. If you want to be able to have tighter restrictions on time, 8 to 8, once again, gives us the ability to be able to have that local authority to create that additional limitation, but also protection is probably a better word to think about it.
So this would allow protection as it is right now if this passes, and then we could come back and amend for a greater distance or so?
That's correct. You at any time can make proposed changes to an ordinance. Obviously, the best is to adopt the best practice out the gate. I believe our team has attempted to do that, but as conversations are held and there's other things that could potentially pop up, don't know what those might be, that warrant or necessitate a change, then right, we can evaluate that then and or at any future time as the body sees these continue to pop up.
Okay, Councilmember Dare?
I think you asked my question about if we do nothing, the state could possibly approve a license without our knowledge or any kind of regulations on our part.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chacon?
I feel like that still justifies us having a relation with the state, so them coming to talk to us when they can. It has been reiterated from the indigenous community, the state didn't do their full due diligence in understanding the urban indigenous communities here, specifically the Native American churches. So there is some concern about that, and that's really my concern, is making sure that the state isn't permitting that without checking in with the city. And of course, I want to be able to have an ordinance that works well for our city, and what's going to protect our city. I just want to make sure that the state is also looking at our city with those gray areas of the Native American church, that they could be putting it in certain spaces that are DIC already, and that we have those relations built with them as well. So if it's a study session or other ways that we can engage, I think that's still crucial because we are that community.
Councilmember Chacon, would you be amenable to allowing this to pass and then during administrative council business, suggest a study session with the state to get more understanding? At least that way we would have protection instead of not having protection, and they could come in and do what they want, and end up something that you would not approve.
I'm amenable to that. I'm amenable to that. Honestly, what did we pass right now? Are we going to have a study session in the future?
Yes.
And that'll be what that is? And then for now, this ordinance can pass, and then within that time, we still have our city protected, but the state also needs to check in with us to do that due diligence of community outreach.
Correct.
So just to clarify for the record, so the motion that passed was a motion to continue the second reading to a date uncertain. We did not have a specific date. The motion that's currently on the floor, I believe, is the motion directing staff to bring forward a study session or to agendize a study session to have a conversation about this ordinance as it relates to environmental justice concerns and community outreach.
Right.
Yes.
We have not voted on that motion. We do not have a date certain on that motion. So just to clarify for all, if there is now interest in passing this ordinance, technically my recommendation is that there should be a motion to reconsider the original motion.
Okay.
That requires a 2/3 vote to overcome. If that were the case, you could reconsider the underlying motion, which is to approve this ordinance on second reading.
Okay.
That said, there's a motion on the floor with regards to the study session, so we need to address that first.
Okay, well, we'll go, we'll vote in the study session first.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5-4. Future study session. And so since we haven't adjourned, we can, a motion to reconsider ordinance 2656 as written?
Correct. You can make a motion to reconsider.
Okay,
A second.
all right. Okay, the motion on the floor is to reconsider ordinance 2656.
We need a second, right?
Yes, Councilmember Chacon, seconded.
It's a motion to reconsider motion to reconsider the decision that was to continue ordinance 2656.
Okay, all right, thanks for clarification.
Your vote is open.
Not yet. Thank you. Okay, that passed unanimously, 9 votes. Okay, I had pulled off Resolution 2025-001.
So, Mayor,
Yes.
sorry, there's still some more work to be done on this ordinance.
Oh, okay.
So you all can now make a motion to approve
Okay.
ordinance
I'm sorry.
2656 on second reading.
All right, Councilmember Ford,
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2656 on second reading.
Councilmember Teeter,
Second the motion.
okay, the motion is an ordinance to approve, I'm sorry, motion is to approve ordinance 2656 on second reading. You're ready.
Ordinance 2656, an ordinance amending sections 21-5200, 21-5239.5, and 21-11200 of the Land Development Code pertaining to the regulation of natural medicine healing centers and natural medicine cultivation, manufacture, and testing facilities. Your vote is open.
All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you for getting us back to square one. All right, next item is Resolution 2025-001, resolution authorizing the award of contract for Buffalo Run Drainage Project to Green One Industries, Inc. The reason why I pulled this off is I know there was some work that was done with our drainage prior years, a few years ago, and they spent a lot of money doing that. And I would ask that if this is approved, that they could actually shut down 9 of the holes, either the back half or the front half, to allow this to take place and make those changes. Because what occurred before, because of the high level of sodium, is we allowed players to come out and play. And yes, they did have some areas roped off, but that really didn't do it justice to give it the proper rest and requirement to actually flush out the sodium. We spent a lot of money on a new pump house, and I thought that was going to take care of it because we actually went and asked for water rights from Westminster, I believe, to actually pull water from some alluvial wells. And Chad Redding, you're here. Could you mind coming forward and explaining that process and why we're back into this? Because back then they had those big bags of, concoction to help with the course. Did that hurt it?
So good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. It's Chad Redden, Parks, Recreation, and Golf Director. So I'm trying to understand correctly what the big bags you may be talking about is when we did the irrigation of the ponds, where we scaled the ponds to
Yes.
get the sediment off the bottom of the ponds.
Right.
That's what those big bags were for, where we covered up all that old sediment and stuff to get it to dry out so we could haul it out. The first phase of the drainage project, what that was to help with the grass and the soil on specific holes because of the salt veins and dry clay soil out there. So that was two separate projects. This one is phase 2 of that project, specifically to help with holes 1, hole 8, and the driving range. So it's a continuation and completion of the drainage project. We're not correcting any other of the drainage that we did prior. The drainage that we did to this current project has gone well. It usually takes about 2 years for the drainage to get all the way back to normal. So by the end of this summer 2025 season, we'll really see those areas at full regrowth and improvement. And we saw some great improvement with the drainage that we did in 2023 through the 2024 process.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I was told that those bags that were collected, that we're going to use in the course in other areas.
We are not. A lot of that soil, we've tried in some areas with that soil that we pulled up. It's got a lot of just sediment and bad contamination in it, of just sitting at the bottom of the pond. We didn't have much success getting grass to grow on that soil. What's left will be trucked out this winter to get rid of it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-001.
Councilmember Noble?
I'm in the queue to speak.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Okay, discussion, Councilmember Chacon, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Raden, the financial impact of this is 490. We've had conversation tonight about how much things cost, so I just wanted to mention this, $499,166.64. And what was the cost of the other effort in 23-24?
Yes, ma'am, good question. The cost in 2023 was $472,000.
Okay, so all total, about $1 million has been spent on only irrigation, or have there been other expenses to bring the course up to, standards that golfers would want to use?
Yeah, great question. So this would be, you're correct, almost $1 million for the drainage project of the golf course, the fairways, the putting ranges and things like that. The other project that we had a couple years ago that was completed was to redo the entire irrigation system of the golf course, right? The sprinklers and the pipeline for that.
And how much was that?
I believe that was right around $4 million to complete that project.
All right, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Any other discussion? All right. Thank you. City Clerk, Ms. Garland, we're ready.
Resolution 2025-001, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for Buffalo Run Drainage Project to Green One Industries, Inc. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passed unanimously. 9 yes votes. All right. On to public hearing, a resolution determining the eligibility for annexation to the City of Commerce City, Colorado. Property generally located at 8581 Rosemary Street. And the case is Annex AN 25224, known as annexation. Oh, maybe I do that. Hold on. I'm reading it wrong thing. All right. Sorry about that. I was reading the wrong script. Tonight's public hearing is to determine the eligibility for annexation, case number AN 255-22-24. I remind council the following: only ask questions to gather facts, but not express your opinion or indicate how you vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing. And on the record, apply those facts to the criteria in the state statute. I will invite the city attorney to address council.
Mayor, there are some council members that are not in the chambers currently. Prior to me reading this, I would recommend that we
Okay.
wait till they're here.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Would you like to take a 2-3 minute recess while we're waiting?
think I hear him out in the hallway there. We'll do a 2-minute recess, wait till they come back. So please do not leave the council chambers. We're going to wait till they come back, please.
I need water.
Unless you want to get some water.
Start working.
Please, if you need a break, just ask. We'll take a 5-minute break when we start a hearing. Please do not get up and leave the room. Thank you. All right, City Attorney, we're at the, let me start over again then.
It's okay. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing. The city shall be limited to 5 minutes for the presentation. We'll invite Nathan Chavez, planner number 2, make the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I hope you all had a wonderful New Year's. So the purpose of this resolution is to determine whether or not the proposed annexation meets the Colorado statutory requirements for annexation into Commerce City. This resolution does not officially annex the property into the city. This is step 2 of the annexation process. The first step, substantial compliance, was heard and approved by this body on December 2nd, 2024. The third and final step, annexation ordinance, is scheduled to be heard by this body next. So there are 4 associated land use cases with this resolution. 2, the annexation and annexation zoning, are scheduled to be heard tonight, while 2 other, a final plat and development plan, are generally approved administratively. So specifically, the approximately 0.7 acres includes 8581 Rosemary Street, as well as Adams County right-of-way, Rosemary Street. So this is where Rosemary Street is, where my mouse is to be annexed, and then the property 8581 Rosemary Street. So the property is within Commerce City's growth boundary, which is established through an intergovernmental agreement. In addition, the property is located within the Irondale Fusion District character area and designated commercial industrial within the Irondale future land use map. And staff will go over in further detail regarding those designations and character areas with the next 2 ordinances. So the eligibility criteria may be found within the council communication. Staff has found that the property meets the criteria and is eligible for annexation. Specifically, the annexation meets the 1/6 contiguity requirement. And lastly, Resolution 2025-002, if approved, makes positive findings that the criteria in CRS 31-12-104 and 105 have been met, and the property is eligible to be annexed into the city. Staff is available to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. I had a question for City Attorney Zazeki. So this is a little different. We don't have the applicant as far as coming.
Typically, I don't think we've had the applicant come for the eligibility criteria.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. We'll now ask, I will now invite the public to provide testimony and ask the city clerk if anyone from the public signed up to testify on this hearing.
No, Mayor, we do not have anyone signed up.
All right. Thank you. I won't have to read all that. I will now close the public hearing. Need a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2025-002. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-002.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay, is there any discussion? Councilmember Dukes, you have discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2025-002. I'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote, please.
Resolution 2025-002, a resolution determining the eligibility for annexation to the City of Commerce City, Colorado of the property generally located at 8581 Rosemary Street in case AN-255-22-24, known as the Carbajal Auto Annexation. Your vote is open.
All right, that passed unanimously, 9 votes. Okay, on to ordinance -255-22-24. Annexation at 8581 Rosemary Street. Tonight's public hearing is an annexation 8581 Rosemary Street. Remind the council the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you would vote. You're not permitted to provide testimony of which to participate in decision. Only rely on the facts developed in the hearing and the record and apply those facts to criteria in the state statute. I will now invite the city attorney to address the council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thanks.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing. Per council policy CP-22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for their presentation. And I mind you that 10 minutes includes your presentation and rebuttal. So if you want to rebuttal, make sure you leave some minutes out of the 10 minutes that are given to you for your testimony. We'll invite the applicant to make the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for hearing our case here. My name is Liz Jones. I'm with Raptor Civil Engineering. I'll be presenting on behalf of the applicant. with me here is James and Gilberto Carvajal, the owners of the property, and wanted to let them share a few words before I dive in.
Hello, thank you guys very much for your time. My name is James Carvajal. Sitting behind me is my father, Gilberto. We just wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to be part of the Commerce City community, to grow this community, to provide some financial opportunities for some of our residents, and to be able to generally just be a positive influence in this community. We really appreciate your time, and we really appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a clicker? Or you got the clicker? Okay. Yeah, so like Nathan had mentioned, our property is around a half an acre at the intersection of 86th and Rosemary Street. Currently, there's one single-family dwelling that is on the property, and then 2 separate detached garages. Around the property, there are similar industrial and commercial uses. This is what the property currently looks like right now, sitting at the intersection of Rosemary and 86th. Wanted to highlight just a few of the public improvements that we'll be doing that you can kind of see here as part of our project. In addition to the improvements on our site, we will be installing sidewalks, curb and gutter, and milling and overlaying the asphalt on 86th and Rosemary Street. Another thing that we'll be doing is we will be providing stormwater detention and water quality on the site. None of this currently exists right now, and so this will be a good improvement for the site for water quality treatment and detention to kind of protect the surrounding properties from those larger storms, providing flood control and controlled releases. You can go. So Commerce City zoning map, the kind of like gray, Nathan will probably get into this more, but kind of the grayish areas are the Adams County, and then everything else is going to be Commerce City. And so our property, is surrounded by other Commerce City properties. And so I would say that we're a good candidate for kind of joining in with the Commerce City community along Rosemary Street. Our current zoning in Adams County is agricultural, and we would be looking to rezone to commercial 3. You can go. From the Commerce City Comprehensive Plan, we're in the Fusion District for Irondale. That does allow for uses like industrial, commercial, which we are planning to be a commercial vehicle retailer, which is in line with the comprehensive plan in the land use areas in the comprehensive plan. You can go. And the C3 commercial zoning in Commerce City does allow motor vehicle sales by right. And so that is our avenue that we're planning to go with our rezoning. And that's about all I have. We have our team here to answer any questions or concerns that you guys have, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Council members have a question for the applicant? I have a question. So, Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you for recognizing me. Hi, thank you for your presentation. So currently, there is a residential property. Is that occupied at this point?
No, we do not believe it is.
Okay, and will that be taken down then? Or what, if it's not occupied by anyone, what is its current use? Do you know?
Oh, you're talking about the home on the property.
The little house that was in the picture.
Okay. It's going to be reused as the office for the development. So they'll be reusing the garages and the building as well.
Great. Thank you for answering my question. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Any other council members? Okay. My question was already asked, so, but thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, I will, Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation about the property. My question is aligned with, I know it's an automotive dealership. Do you plan on doing servicing? You plan on servicing cars there as well? No? Okay. Thank you.
Any other council members? All right, thank you. Okay, I will invite Nathan Chavez, our planner number 2, to make a presentation.
So annexation is a legal process for properties to join a municipality. The ordinance being heard tonight to annex the 0.7 acres into Commerce City is the third and final step in the annexation process and determines whether the subject property should join into Commerce City, Commerce City's jurisdiction, and its municipal services. With this ordinance, tonight, City Council is determining whether the property should join or not, and then subsequently be zoned. So specifically, the 0.7 acres includes 8581 Rosemary Street, which is currently under Adams County jurisdiction and Adams County zoning, and Rosemary Street right-of-way. The ultimate goal of the property owner is to develop the site into a car dealership. The annexation zoning is scheduled to be heard next with a proposed C3 regional commercial zoning district. And then please note that there is a concurrent development plan and final plat under review for this site as well. So this is an aerial taken from August 20th of 2024. The property outlined in red contains a single-family residence and 2 garages. The site is bordered by industrial uses to the north and south, a residential unincorporated property to the west, and then a South Adams County Fire Department firehouse to the east across from Rosemary. The subject property is within the Irondale Fusion District, in which commercial is a secondary use meant to be less prevalent within this area and support the primary land uses. In this instance, more lighter industrial uses are the primary land uses per the comprehensive plan. This character area also specifically references the Irondale Neighborhood and Infrastructure Plan, and a copy of that plan is in your packet. And then in addition, the 2045 comprehensive plan classifies the property as an annexation priority area, meaning the city should focus on annexation of the property. So the Irondale plan designates the property as commercial industrial, which lists anticipated commercial and lighter industrial zoning districts. The plan also calls for phasing out of residential uses, as well as for road widening and sidewalk installation for Rosemary Street. The annexation agreement, which is also in your packet, includes both of these improvements. So these are 2 photos were taken of the property on November 21st of last year. The top image faces south from East 86th Avenue, and the bottom image, number 2, is from the Rosemary Street and East 86th Avenue intersection. And then as of really today, staff has not received any public comment for the requested annexation. The Development Review Team, or DRT, including Public Works, Planning, Adams County, the Water District, Fire District, and Engineering have all reviewed this application. And of note, access is proposed off of Rosemary Street and East 86th Avenue. There's an estimated 21 daily vehicular trips once the site is developed as the proposed car dealership. A temporary wet pond will be built to handle drainage, and an annexation agreement has been executed by the property owner. And specifically, the property owner is agreeing to right-of-way dedication along Rosemary Street and East 86th Avenue, as well as right-of-way improvements, including installation of sidewalk, curb, gutter, landscaping, and other roadway improvements. Staff has found that the application meets the approval criteria for annexation, and an analysis of all the approval criteria may be found within your packets, and staff is happy to pull up any criteria council would like to further touch on. And lastly, staff has noted the following items for consideration by this body. The subject property is within the future growth boundary and cannot be zoned unless it's first annexed. The annexation agreement stipulates right-of-way dedication along Rosemary Street and East 86th Avenue, as well as the owner being responsible for installation of sidewalk, curb, gutter, and other roadway improvements along East 86th Avenue. At this time, staff is able to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any council members have questions? Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I got a question. I noticed their property line goes all the way across Rosemary to the other side.
So the 8581 Rosemary Street property actually ends with this yellow line where my cursor's at, and and I'm sorry, council member, is that what you're asking? If
Okay, yeah, I was thinking the red line was their property line.
the red line is the overall annexation, and this yellow line is the property, is what separates the property from the right of way.
Okay, so is it normal for them to annex this Rosemary Street also?
Yes, it is.
It is? Okay. Thank you.
Any other council members have questions? All right, I will now invite the public to provide testimony and ask the city clerk, has anybody signed up to?
No, Mayor, we don't have anybody signed up.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask the applicant, do you wish to rebuttal anything that's been said? Okay, I didn't think so, but I wanted to ask. All right. I will now close the public hearing. Need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance AN 255-22-24 by council seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to introduce motion, I'd like to approve ordinance AN, I'd like to make the motion to approve ordinance AN 255-22-24 for approval on first reading.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim.
Second that one.
All right. Motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance AN-255-22-24 by council seated and approve on first reading. I'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance AN-255-22-24, an ordinance annexing the property generally located at 8581 Rosemary Street to the city of Commerce City, Colorado, in case AN-255-22-24, known as the Carbajal Auto Annexation. Your vote is open.
Yeah, that passed unanimously, 9 votes, 9 yeses. All right, on to ordinance Z-959-19-24, our third public hearing. I will remind the council of the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express your opinion or indicate how you vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in decision. Only rely on facts developed in a hearing and the record and apply those facts to criteria in the Land Development Code. We'll invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, I will now open the public hearing. Per council policy CP 22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for their presentation. And I will invite the applicant to make the presentation.
Thanks, Council. There's nothing else that we want to add at this time. What was in our presentation before is all still relevant. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any council members have questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, go over here and I will ask Nathan Chavez to make the presentation for the city. Councilmember Teeter, do you have a question?
No, I was going to make a motion.
Oh, we're not there yet, sir.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You keep that up there, though. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council. So specifically proposed is the C3 Regional Zoning District. And then when an annexation to Commerce City is submitted for, a concurrent Commerce City Zone District is then required. Zoning dictates the allowed land uses and bulk standards such as height and lot sizes. Tonight, this body will be deciding if the proposed zoning and associated standards for how the property can develop and be used meets two sets of approval criteria and whether to provide a recommendation, So specifically, the the 0.45 acre property is located at 8581 Rosemary Street. Surrounding zoning includes public I-1, I-2, C1, and unincorporated Adams County industrial and agricultural districts. Again, this is an aerial of the site, and please note that it does not include the Rosemary Street right-of-way. The city does not zone right-of-way. Staff has only proposed a zoning of the 0.45 acres at 8581 Rosemary Street. Again, these are two photos of the site taken from November 21st of last year. And again, the ultimate goal of the property owner is to develop the site into a car dealership, and there is a development plan associated with that case, which outlines the proposal for the proposal, and a site plan is available in your packet for review and reference. So the subject property is within the Irondale Fusion District, in which commercial is a secondary use. And specifically, this character area also references the Irondale Neighborhood and Infrastructure Plan. And this plan designates the property as commercial and industrial, which lists commercial as a potential zoning district. And the proposed C3 zoning is supported by the Irondale Plan. Again, as of today, staff has not received any public comment. However, please be aware that there are some written comments in your packet, and these were accidentally put in your packet and do not, the written comments in your packet for the zoning do not apply to this specific zoning case at all. I apologize for that. So this case was first heard at the December 3rd, 2024 Planning Commission, in which one member of the public spoke in favor of the overall project, but did have some concerns regarding the car dealership land use. And then PC Planning Commission voted 5-0 to provide a recommendation of approval to City Council. And PC minutes may be found within your packet for your reference. So the DRT, which includes planning, the Water District, Fire, and Adams County, have all reviewed this application. And again, of note, access is proposed off of Rosemary Street and East 86th Avenue. There are 21 estimated daily trips for the end use. Temporary drainage is proposed at this time. And then right-of-way improvements tied to the development plan include sidewalks and landscaping installation. So staff has found that the application meets the LDC approval criteria for zoning of newly annexed land, as well as the zone change approval criteria from the LDC. An analysis of the approval criteria can be found within the staff report, and staff is happy to pull up any criteria you all would like to look over. And so lastly, staff has noted the following items for consideration by council. The C3 Regional Commercial District is compatible with the comprehensive plan and the Irondale plan. The annexation zoning allows the site to develop as a car dealership, which is compatible with both sets of plans. Development of the property will improve the aesthetics of the site through upgrading of the existing structure and installation of landscaping within the site, as well as within both right-of-way frontages. And then lastly, development of the property shall include the construction of sidewalk along Rosemary Street and East 86th Avenue, which the Irondale plan specifically calls for more sidewalk connections and pedestrian access. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Dare.
So it looked like it was, kind of just like lawn and like dirt lawn for the most part. Is that going to be improved as part of the conversion to commercial?
Yes, the applicants are required to install paving, curbs. Pretty much what's installed is a parking lot that will be between the existing residence, and then one of the maintenance garages is being moved to the south. This building here is being moved to the south. There'll be a parking lot with asphalt connections, and then anything that is not paved requires landscaping. And so that includes, I believe, 9 trees, 97 shrubs, and the development plan requires the applicants to bring the site up to our current code standards, which is everything I just outlined.
Right. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to ask the applicant. I'm sorry. City Clerk, was there any public provide testimony?
No, Mayor, there is not.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask the applicant. Do you wish to rebuttal? Okay, thank you. All right. I will now close the public hearing. Need a motion and second to introduce ordinance 95919-24 by council seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Teeter.
I move for the introduction of ordinance Z-959-19-24 by council as seated and approved on the first reading.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, the motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance Z-959-19-24 by council seated and approved on first reading. I'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance Z-959-19-24, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by zoning the property annexed as the Carbajal Auto Annexation from Adams County Agricultural -1 District to Regional Commercial District C-3. Your vote is open. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Unanimous vote. All right, 9 yeses. Congratulations. All right, I'm going to ask the council, would you guys like a break? Continue? Okay. All right, on to our fourth hearing. CP 24-002, Worthwhile Events Center. Tonight, the public hearing case is on CUP 24-0002. I remind council of the following: only ask questions, gather facts, but not express opinion, or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in decision. Only rely on the facts developed in the hearing and the record. Apply those facts to criteria in the Land Development Code. I will invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing. Per council policy CP 22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for their presentation. I'll invite the applicant to make the presentation.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being here and taking the time to hear our presentation. We really appreciate it. My name is Emily Smith. I'm with the architecture firm representing our applicant and the owner of the property. Tonight, we would like to talk about our client's request for a change in use for the existing building located at 7390 Highway 2 from bar to small event center. The existing building is a 1,745 square foot structure and is currently vacant and located in the Derby sub-area along Highway 2. With this proposed change in use, we are proposing to keep the existing structure that was originally built in the 1930s. There will be minor interior floor plan changes, including removing the bar and relocating the bathrooms to become ADA compliant. There will be no additions or square footage changes. We are proposing major landscaping improvements to the property following the Commerce City Municipal Code. We will be removing the diagonal parking spots that run along Highway 2 to provide more area for landscaping, and will continue the landscaped area around the rest of the building. The existing landscaping is just dirt, so adding this landscaping will bring life back to the site and drastically improve the curb appeal. There is an existing parking lot on the site that we are proposing to repaint. This will give us 15 parking spaces and 1 accessible van spot. We worked with the traffic engineer to provide a trip generation memo, and he did not predict any major impacts to the surrounding community, taking into account our parking spaces and nearby street parking. This building will serve as a great location for the surrounding community to rent out and host smaller celebrations such as birthday parties, baby showers, exercise classes, etc. These events will be catered if the renters wish to have food at their event. There are a number of larger event centers in the area, but not one to accommodate for these smaller gatherings. Therefore, there is a community need for this type of use. There will be more restricted hours compared to that of a sports bar and will not be in constant use as the space will be rented out. There is no significant noise anticipated for the site, and there will be a reduction in water use with the removal of the bar. We also wanted to point out at both the neighborhood meeting and at the fire safety walkthrough, both mentioned the number of fires that have happened at this location because of the use of the bar and the drinking of the alcohol. And with the removal of the bar, we would be eliminating this risk at this property. Overall, we believe this change in use makes sense for the community and complies with the Derby Comprehensive Plan goals of 1, responding to the needs of the community, and 2, reestablish Derby as a destination through landscaping and friendlier pedestrian environment. Thank you for listening, and we are open to any comments or questions.
Thank you. Any council members have questions for the applicant? Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you for being here. I would love an event center like this. Quick question, though. I was confused. So is alcohol allowed if it's a private party?
No, they're not going to have a liquor license.
So no liquor license, just an event center? Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you for the presentation. There's only 14 parking spots on the property, so what is around it where you would have everyone park for events? Is it residential? Is it all commercial?
There's a mixture of some residential and some commercial. And I also, there's 48 on-street parking spots nearby. And then in addition to the parking spots we have provided on the site.
Okay, but what do you mean by 48 on-street parking sites?
There's locations for 48 cars to be parked
On a normal curb?
Yeah.
And what would the hours be that you would be in operation?
I believe the applicant, it's open to what is rented out, but I think on Fridays and Saturdays, they would be closed around midnight, but every other day would be, I think, normal business hours.
I guess the only thing that would concern me is the amount of parking that would flow into a neighborhood because there isn't enough on-site parking for an event. Do we, I'll get to that later. Thank you. I'll ask staff. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation as well. I've been looking at the parking too. I was actually looking at that today, earlier. And there's not a lot of residential there. Have you considered partnering with like the Dollar General, they have?
That has been mentioned previously, but it hasn't been like formally sought out at this point, but it has been something that we've considered.
Because if you have 80 patrons, that could take up a lot of the street. And so, my only concern with any of this is the parking. And I just wondered if you had considered the possibility of looking at other alternatives aside from street parking.
I did also want to mention that the occupancy we have on our presentation is not shown correctly. We went back and did the calculation. It's closer to 50 rather than 80. So that helps it a little bit.
Thank you.
Any other council members have questions? I had a question as far as the structure. Was there analysis that was performed to making sure the building was sound?
We did the fire walkthrough, and he had some structural concerns, but all of that will be resolved when we do the construction documents.
Okay, the roof and, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I just remember being there on many different fire calls over the years, and I don't think you can get that smell out of that building unless you cut the floor out.
Yeah, I think they're gonna do pretty much a gut of the inside to make it clean and better in there.
Yeah, that whiskey smell just kind of hangs around. That's all I have.
All right, any other council members? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll invite Heather Bidlock, Planning Manager, to make your presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time tonight. This is the Worthwhile Events Conditional Use Permit. This is a request for the conditional use permit is for an event center in an existing 1,740 square foot commercial building. The location is 7390 Highway 2, and the site size is 0.33 acres. The current zoning is PUD. This is part of the Derby PUD. And the character area is the central neighborhoods. This is a zoning map that shows you the PUD zoning and the surrounding residential to the east and commercial to the north, and then PUD zoning to the south. And Highway 2 abuts the property to the west. This aerial vicinity map shows you Magnolia Street and 74th Avenue, which are the cross streets, along with Highway 2. This is the map from the comprehensive plan that shows the character areas, and this is in the central neighborhoods character area. Here's a photograph of the existing building. This is the east elevation. There was a neighborhood meeting held on October 9th, and the applicants presented to 2 residents that attended the meeting who had concerns about parking, safety, and congestion. Planning Commission heard this case on December 3rd, and there was no public comment. Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval to City Council. This has been reviewed by the Development Review Team, which includes South Adams County Fire District, South Adams County Water and Sewer District, Engineering and Public Works. And some considerations for council tonight. The Worthwhile Events will provide site improvements and rehabilitate a blighted property in the Derby sub-area. They are providing an on-street and off-street parking plan, which identifies parking overflows for larger gatherings. South Adams County Fire has done a walkthrough on the site and not identified any fire code violations. And the conditional use permit is consistent with the comprehensive plan goals and objectives. The approval criteria are listed in detail in your staff report in your packet, and we are happy to go through any of those criteria specifically that you wanted to talk about tonight. And we're here to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, council members have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Is there any point at which there could be some sort of condition on it in terms of hours that it's open on the weekend? I am concerned about the parking in the residential areas and people getting out at midnight.
Yes, this is a conditional use permit, so you could condition your approval with conditions that specifically pertain to the use of the site.
Okay. I would think that it would make, hey, do you know what the density is of residential in the area? Do you have a map of that shows that?
We've got the zoning map that shows the surrounding residential zoning, and it shows the lots. I'll go back to that map. And this aerial also shows you the residential to the east here in these homes.
Right, so where are you putting the, okay, they're there. Where are you putting the 48 vehicles?
The parking plan that the applicant presented showed on-street parking in front of the commercial areas adjacent to them. I don't see that this parking plan takes you out into the residential areas.
I don't know how many feet that is. Oh, 537 feet and then 304 feet. So that's, a car is about 20 feet, right? 20 feet? 20 feet long? That's not 48.
Those are residential.
No, I'm looking at it, Steve.
The residential on the bottom.
I mean, Mayor.
That's okay. So, I'm sorry, just to clarify, is that residential on the bottom along East 74th Avenue?
This is commercial along East 74th Avenue.
Could you go
Residential
back?
is on 73rd.
Okay, could you go back? Okay,
Yeah.
there's 74th shows residential.
There's the Derby PUD and then commercial, and then residential further to the east.
Okay, so it's just one commercial?
There's 2 commercial properties on 74th, on both sides of 74th, and then the residential starts further to the east.
Okay,
So their site is here, and
All
then
right.
there's commercial here and here.
okay, this is Councilmember Teeter's ward. So I would like to ask him whether he sees any issue with it. I know there used to be a bar there, a tavern, but do you see any issue in it being an event area on weekends until midnight?
Councilmember Teeter?
You have commercial to the east, you have commercial to the south, and you have a Highway 2 to the west and east. It's pretty much surrounded by commercial properties, and until you get quite a ways away before you get into the residential area.
Okay, I'll defer to you.
Yeah, I think anything with that building would be an improvement. I just hope they can improve it or save it and rebuild it and not have to. You might be further off ahead by tearing it down and starting over from the beginning, but that's just my thinking on it. But because it is, I mean, just
Thank you.
The building's been there for a long time. But yeah,
Thank you, Councilmember Teeter.
you bet.
Any other council members have any questions for staff? All right, so we'll ask City Clerk, has anybody public here signed up for testimony?
No, Mayor, we don't have anyone signed up.
Okay. Does the applicant wish to make a rebuttal to any of the comments, questions?
We did also want to mention that we anticipate some ride sharing and carpooling happening, so that'll help reduce the amount of cars and parking situation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, did you want the applicant to address the hours of operation?
Yes.
We believe the applicant wants it open on the weekends to be until midnight, and then whatever the code requires for the hours.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councilmember Dukes, go ahead.
Yeah, just a question about the hours. And so thinking about midnight on the weekends, with the applicant, would it be the issue to actually decrease the hours of operation, say 11 on the weekends? Is that an issue, or would that cause financial burden for them not to be able to book the event center? I guess that's my question.
There's a bar in the vicinity, and the owners are wanting to match whatever those hours are.
So if the hours were till 11 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday, that'll be okay with the applicant?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, the applicant's submittal letter that was with their application said Monday through Sunday, 8 to 10 p.m.
Okay, that's what.
And then they're requesting till midnight on Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because I thought it said 8 to 10 in our, okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions? We'll now close the public hearing. Need a motion and a second to approve case CUP 24-002. Councilmember Kim.
I'd like to make that motion.
Councilmember Douglas.
I'll second it.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve case CUP 24-002. Any discussion? Nope, Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I'm looking forward to the event center overall. I think it'd be a great opportunity that I think when it's fully done, that maybe the city could do something there as well. Just a thought. Yeah, looking forward to approving this one. Thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve case number CUP 24-002. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
We don't usually read the title for a CUP, so the vote is open.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, that passes unanimously. City Attorney Orzechowski, I know there was some talk about hours, since this is a conditional use. Would that be something the applicant would have to come back and ask for the change of hours? Because as it states in the application, is from 8 to 10.
So I don't believe that the conditional use permit speaks to the hours of operation in the permit itself.
Not on the permit itself, it was just
Okay.
in the application submittal materials with their description, project description
Right.
letter.
Okay.
And there's nothing in the code that sets a limit. So,
Right.
so there, to your question, that is something that we could add in the conditional use permit on second reading.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, on to congratulations. We'll see you on the second round. Okay, under resolutions, resolution is 2025-017, event domain for 88th widening project. Do any council members have questions for staff? I had one question, a couple questions on this widening project. Being four lanes, correct? There's not going to be any grade separation?
I can get Jenna to see if she can answer that question.
Okay. Happy New Year, Jenna.
Happy New Year, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Sorry, we're on a bit of a delay in there.
Oh, you're fine.
Appreciate your patience.
So I had a question is, with this widening, would this also be a grade separation, or is it just widening the road for more improvement for traffic flow?
So this particular phase will not impact the railroad crossing. That will be addressed at a later phase.
All right, are we looking into grade separation?
We have not gotten to that portion of the design, so it's possible if the funding were available, but that segment of the road is not yet designed because it's not yet funded.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Any other council members have questions for Jen? Okay. I need a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2025-017. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford.
Second.
Any more discussion? No? Okay. Unless that was you, Councilmember Kim. All right, the motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2025-017. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Resolution 2025-017, a resolution authorizing negotiations, purchase, and the exercise of the city's powers of eminent domain to acquire certain real property interests necessary for the 88th Avenue widening project. Your vote is open.
Thank you. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. All right, on to ordinance, second reading, ordinance Z-792-05-241 Buckley PUD zone document amendment. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and would therefore not place in the consent agenda. Do any council members have any questions for staff? Councilmember Dukes? No? All right. I need a motion and a second to approve ordinance Z-792-05-24 on second and final reading. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve ordinance Z-792-0524 on second and final reading. Will the city clerk read it? Take a roll call vote. Councilmember Douglas. Sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that I was a no vote on this. I'm going to remain a no vote on it. I took a trip out to the Southlands today to take a look at that because someone suggested I do so. And I just don't really see that this is conducive to R3. I think it should have remained commercial. I think we continue to give away the farm here and don't hold landowners and developers' feet to the fire, and it's holding us back. Rather than apartments, there should have been a hotel. We should take advantage of the fact that we have so much opportunity here, being next to DIA and E470, and we keep missing the boat. And so I will remain as a no vote on this.
Okay, any other council members? Discussion, comments? All right. Well, I would say I took a trip as well, and just know the trip I took to Las Vegas last year with Mayor Pro Tem Noble, there's a lot of chatter for Commerce City. People are eager to come here because all opportunities around us have been taken. They've been built. And you can't grow land. Once you have it, if you do it right, it'll be great. But to provide more of what we already have, we're $1 billion in leakage here. And by adding more residential, that does not help. And the residential, the proposed retail and commercial it's put on, it's going to be very small. I was a yes vote to move this forward to the second hearing, but I will be a no vote on this as well. And if this does pass, I hope you are successful, but I also need to make sure that sending a message for those that's coming forward, we are dire in need of retail and commercial. Residential, we are so far ahead. Our schools, it took 22 years to pass a school bond. I'm sorry, a school mill. And every time the bond comes up, maybe every second or third time it passes, but, so I appreciate it. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. I will be a no vote also. The applicant declined number 2 on our conditions. Thank you. Which required commercial before residential.
City Attorney Sozeki?
I just wanted to clarify that the item number is Z-792-05-24. There is a typo on the screen above you. So
It's 2-4, yeah. I said 2-4, but the screen says 2-5, right?
yes,
Okay.
just clarifying.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, and no other discussion. Motion on the floor is to approve ordinance Z-792-05-24 on second and final reading. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Ordinance Z-792-05-24, an ordinance approving the One Buckley PUD zone document amendment to create new planning areas, allow additional commercial land uses, allow residential land uses, and establish bulk and design standards for the property generally located at the northeast corner of East 120th Avenue and Buckley Road. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5-4. Congratulations. All right, on to ordinance 2623, repealing existing marijuana moratorium. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? All right, seeing none, I need a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2623 on second and final reading. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2623 on second and final reading.
Councilmember Ford. Second. Any discussion? The motion on the floor is to approve ordinance 2623 on second and final reading. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2623, an ordinance repealing the existing moratorium on new retail and medical marijuana store licenses in wards 1 and 2 in the city of Commerce City. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8 votes and 1 no. All right. I need a motion and a second to extend the automatic time adjournment to 11 o'clock. Motion on the floor is to extend the automatic adjournment meeting till 11 o'clock. Councilmember Dukes. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon.
Second.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to extend the automatic adjournment time till 11 o'clock. Will the city clerk take a roll call vote?
Your vote is open.
Oh, that passes 5-4. All right, we're not wasting time here. All right, Administrative Council Business, approval of winter retreat dates and agenda. We had, City Attorney, did you have?
Yes, Mayor, my apologies to jump in here, but with regards to the matter that you heard a moment ago, the CUP 24-0002.
Yes.
Just for clarification, I did speak with the Community Development Director. So CUPs are approved by resolution, so that will not come back to the body for second reading. So if the body would like to have a condition on the hours of operation, my recommendation would be to include it in the underlying resolution before you, which would require a motion to reconsider, go back, make a motion to approve the CUP with the hours of operation condition. My apologies.
Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. All right, if council wishes to impose a limitation on hours of operation, then I recommend a motion to reconsider and then a motion to approve with additional conditions that the event center operates from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
So just as a reminder, a motion to reconsider takes 2/3 vote.
Okay. So this will be our motion for reconsideration. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, your second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. Need a motion to, the motion is to reconsider CUP 24-002. What do you need to read the rest to? No?
Need to vote.
Okay. Councilmember Douglas, did you? Sorry.
I'm sorry, a question. So with if there's reconsideration, if there is no reconsideration, what would the hours be?
So the hours are not specified in the permit. So there is no, I'm not aware of a regulation that limits them from their hours of operation, and I don't know if
Thank you.
community development's here anymore.
No, ma'am, there's nothing specific as a performance standard, so you will be adopting one that was discussed around the dais tonight.
Which means that they could stay open until midnight or couldn't?
They couldn't if you adopt a limitation from 8 to 10.
Right. What I'm asking is because I don't want to reconsider if it would allow them to stay open until midnight. I mean, would it allow them to stay open until 3 o'clock in the morning or without reconsideration?
So I'm going to pull up our nuisance section of the municipal code. We do outline certain criteria there as it relates to nuisance provisions for such things such as noise that would come into play depending upon hours of operation. Give me one moment, ma'am.
Okay. Just want to make sure my vote's right on this. Thank you.
So there's not a direct correlation between noise and hours of operation. There's some latitude given under section 6-2011, dependent upon unreasonable noise. We have in the past have received noise complaints between the hours of 10 and 12 for existing businesses that, with adjoining to residential. And we've gone out and obviously we've then worked with them through updates to their permit and or your CUP to address those effectively. Best way of being able to do so, if that is going to be a concern because of its proximity to potential residential or existing residential, would be to establish that noise condition today, or that hours of operation condition today. And then obviously they can always ultimately come back and make a request to amend that condition subject to certain evidence that they provide in the record demonstrating that it has and will not be a nuisance going forward.
And they've opted not to have a liquor license, but they could come back and ask for one at a later time?
Correct.
Okay, but they could have asked to have the permit go with the property or not? I'm asking too many questions. It's not a big deal. It's fine. You don't have to look that up.
Done, okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be voting just no on this reconsideration because when I asked earlier around the hours operation and in the application, it clarified that it would be Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., and then Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 12. And so I thought it would be okay. So I won't be voting to add any other restrictions to what they said in the application. So I'll be a no vote on this.
Councilmember Teeter?
I'll be a no vote also, but, I don't, the closest residence is 100 yards away, so I don't see a problem.
Okay. Any other council members? Well, I don't see there's a problem either. So can I reconsider my reconsideration for this motion?
I would recommend a vote on the reconsideration.
All right. Okay, we'll proceed forward with the vote. Thank you.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that's 1 yes and 8 no's. All right, doesn't pass. Okay. Now we're on to administrative council business. Okay, I have an item to introduce, and that's approval of the winter retreat dates and agenda. Any council members have any questions? I need a motion and second to approve the winter retreat agenda topics, schedule, and retreat for March 21st and March 22nd of 2025. Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion, Councilmember Kim.
None.
Councilmember Teeter.
Who made the motion?
I did.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you make the motion.
All right, I apologize. Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve the winter retreat agenda topics, schedule, and retreat for March 21st and March 22nd, 2025. Will the city clerk take a roll call vote? Sorry, read the top, take a roll call vote. Sorry.
Your vote is open.
Okay, unanimously, 9 yeses. All right, on to 2025 ICSC conference. Oh,
Request to speak, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. Yes, we need to approve Heather Bergman also.
Oh, yes, sorry about that.
So the facilitator
Pardon my-
that we selected, you have her information there. She was one of 3 candidates that the retreat committee interviewed. We did this, 2 of the 3 were done over the Christmas, New Year's holiday. In fact, Heather was interviewed on New Year's Eve day. Very impressive credentials, very impressive style. I think that we were looking for someone that would appeal to all council members, and I think that we accomplished that. So I hope that everyone can take a look at her resume and support Heather Bergman as our facilitator.
Yes, I apologize. I jumped ahead. I did that earlier today as well. Just gets excited to get the year going. Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I just wanted to recognize the hard work of Michelle as the administrative assistant in getting those interviews lined up, because she worked really hard on that and she made it happen. And I would also like to recognize the staff's participation and feedback and interaction with it. And we had our attorney department there, and that was also an added plus. So I just wanted to recognize everyone who made this happen.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I don't know if the rest of the council that wasn't at the meeting understand what you're even talking about on Heather Bergman.
It's here.
Oh, is it on the, okay, I didn't see it on, oh, there it is. Okay. Well, do we need to make a motion to approve her, or?
That's what, if you would like to.
I move for approval of Heather Bergman for the retreat.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Second that motion.
Thank you. All right, any discussion? Councilmember Teeter, do you have a discussion?
No.
Okay. Yes, I want to thank the staff. We also asked Michelle Fry to be on the fly with putting 3 potential candidates before us to interview. And we made that in a very short period of time, right before actually the last day of the year. On New Year's Day, we had an interview with our last candidate. So I thought it was very, very, very productive. The questions were asked, all 3 candidates. They did expound on their services as far as facilitators. And so that's why we chose Heather Bergman. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Your vote is open.
That passes unanimously, 9 yeses. All right, I apologize. I will invite City Manager Rogers to introduce this item, 2025 ICSC conference.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, on an annual basis, the ICSC International Council of Shopping Centers is held third week of May. Right, you would think that's 5 months away from now, but it's literally right around the corner for the team and what they start to begin to prepare in scheduling meetings and opportunities with gaining new leads for opportunities here at Commerce City. In the past, up until this past year, right, we've had presentation purely by staff at this event, and obviously we brought our mayor and mayor pro tem last year, and there was a discussion at the end of Q3, beginning of Q4, of potentially trying to broaden the participation or the attendance at ICSC for this upcoming year. Just a couple of things that I wanted to bring to this body's attention. Obviously, we have a working meeting on that May 20th, in which would be overlapping. Last I had heard that there was, significant interest in wanting to go. That may create a quorum issue for being able to get city business done during that regular meeting, because that would be a regular meeting date. Something just to keep in consideration. I think the other one that we have, as staff have had in the past, is that, while we know that there's a significant interest by council wanting to attend, we also have to be a little bit judicious and strategic on how many that we also go out to Nevada with. As you know, if there's going to be 3 or more, we have to publicize or publicly notice those meetings with potential end users. Some of those end users aren't necessarily in the game of wanting to have their name shared with who they're meeting with and what time that they're meeting with, and particularly around what potential site. So we start to get into some confidentiality concerns when we have to start publicly noticing meetings, which are also meant to be very small in size and a little bit more intimate than just, coming to a meeting with 5 to 8 individuals on our side of the table, meeting with 1 or 2 people. So I guess the guidance and the direction that I'm looking for from this council is truly, is there a desire for more than 2 wanting to go to council? If so, then that's some work that I have to do of how to publicly notice that, but also be aware that we may not necessarily get the same level of meetings with entities because, once again, there may be that lack of confidentiality. But if there's not more than 2 that want to go, who do you all want to come with staff as part of this event and conference?
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. As I said last year, having the mayor there is really important. People like meeting the mayor of a city. And so Mayor Douglas should definitely be one person. I want to forego this trip because I know that there are other council members who have economic development interests. And frankly, I want you to be able to go to this conference and be able to have the same experience that we did and walk away knowing that, all that's available and all that can be discussed and all that needs to be pursued. So again, I won't be going this year. And I definitely believe the mayor should be one of the participants.
Okay. Councilmember Kim?
Yeah, I remember this came up last year, and this was one that I definitely would love to go to, but I remember Mayor Pro Tem was gonna go, and I was like, yep, let me just step out of it this year, last year, so I'd love to attend this one this year.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, I would have to pass on this year with my work schedule and some pending travel. And you said Vegas and shopping centers, so I was like, I'm out. No, I'm kidding. No, I just won't be able to have the time to actually take time off of work at this point.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I just had a question. So if there was someone who was hesitant about meeting with 3 members of council, could you just ask one of the participants, the council members, to step back from that particular meeting?
We can. I think
and I'm not suggesting that I would love to go for economic
Yeah.
development opportunities, and because I am very passionate about our city, and I think that we deserve to have the best city possible, but due to the fact that there could be misinterpretation as far as my presence at such a conference, I will not be going.
Yeah.
Love to, just because I'd like to interact with these people and tell them how great our city is and how wonderful the opportunities are here. But I won't be going. But if there is a third member, I mean, couldn't you just ask someone to step back? I would always have the mayor there, but one of the other ones could possibly, opt out.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. And yes, when we're scheduling our meetings with the various end users, we ask the questions, hey, here's who we're going to have from staff. Who would you like to have? By the way, also, here's who we're going to have potentially from council. I will tell you that when we have attempted to schedule those meetings, we've had the end users come back and say, we don't want to meet with the city manager. We don't want to meet with council. We want to meet with the person who's going to be our point of contact. And that's something that we have to respect because, right, that's what they're looking for, because these meetings in which you have, you're lucky if you get 30 minutes, but the majority of the meetings that you have are somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes, knowing that you've got 40,000 other people that are also attending that conference. But when we are making those inroads, those are some of the initial questions that we ask up front. I think, and this is a conversation I'd have to have with the city attorney on how best to publicly notice that, is that if I've got 3 going, there's an assumption that has to be made on, outlining the schedule of events for that day and just having to best navigate that, right? It's not insurmountable. It's just having to navigate that so that we don't lose any of their trust, and as we're trying to bring and attract and recruit them to the Commerce City.
But it could also look like we're really enthusiastic to bring them here as well. So,
Very true.
I would encourage whoever can go to have a presence and represent our city well.
Any other council members? Councilmember Dara.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the mayor and Councilmember Kim representing us at the event. I think, we don't want to make this any more difficult for you than it already is. We want you to get as many meetings as possible, and, if 2 is the right number that you feel like is going to give us the best chance, then supportive of that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter.
No, I'm willing to go also if you can put up with 3.
Councilmember Chacon.
I'm available if needed, but would like to support those that are going if they're for priority.
Councilmember Kim.
So we don't make it any more difficult, then we could just flip a coin if you want to go that route. So we can make sure that we have 2.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I would like to make a motion to nominate Mayor Douglas and Councilmember Kim to attend the conference in Las Vegas. I think that's easiest. It's the best way to not run into this problem with noticing these meetings. And also, Councilmember Kim has demonstrated an ongoing interest in economic development ever since he was appointed. And I think it's very important that he have firsthand experience in what actually occurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
I wanted to second that motion.
Okay, second. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment just to add Councilmember Teeter as an alternate in the event someone can't make it in May, just as a part of the motion.
I'll accept that amendment.
Councilmember Chacon?
I'll accept it as well, too.
Okay. All right. Motion on the floor is myself as mayor and Councilmember Kim attending the ICSC conference, May 18th and 20th, and as an alternate, Councilmember Teeter.
Your vote is open.
Okay, they passed unanimously, 9 votes. Yeses, sorry. All right, do any council members have administrative items of emergency or unforeseen circumstances? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you. I want to refer back to tonight's speaker regarding shots that she heard fired in her neighborhood in South Commerce City. There was an audit of ShotSpotter, which is used in New York City. It was reported in the news midsummer. They did an audit because it was so expensive, and they found that ShotSpotter caught 13% of all shots. That's it, 13%. So I think it's really important that we evaluate ShotSpotter at the end of the year, figure out some way to be able to audit this as well, to make certain that it's actually doing the job that it's supposed to do. I provided City Manager Rogers with the article about the audit in New York City, so if anybody would like to read the article, or simply Google ShotSpotter New York City audit, and you can get the information that way. Secondly, I would like to point out that the City Council has voting record online, and I invite everyone to look at the voting records. Commerce City Council votes is the easiest way to just Google it, and it will come up. If I tried to do a link, and unfortunately it's just a whole bunch of letters and numbers, so I can't help you with that one. But you can look it up. Also, this week, or this past week, was the annual luncheon for the stock show, and Commerce City has annually bought a table at that event, except for during COVID. I would like to make certain that going forward, that things that fall under economic development, such as this event, the AC Rep events, the site luncheons and dinner site selector lunches and dinners, those kinds of things are that we reserve tables at these events, and that council members are invited to attend. As you know, we don't have a table at the stock show luncheon this year. Also, Suncor revenue was announced today, and they set a record for the year. They also set a record for the quarter. And I hope that going forward, we'll have the oil and gas and Suncor report again. Certainly Suncor should be investing in the Commerce City location when they have that kind of money, but I suspect that in a couple or 3 days, they're going to be also issuing a press release announcing the funds that will be going back to stockholders, which is typically how this happens. But I just wanted you to know that they set a record, and they also set a record for the number of barrels that went through their refineries. And finally, I would like the city to prepare a resolution for this week that simply expresses our gratitude as a city to the EPA Region 8 Supervisor or Administrator Casey Becker and her team for an expression of gratitude to Casey Becker and the Region 8 EPA team.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like that to be a resolution or just a recognition? So
Recognition.
given the timing.
Sure, recognition would be fine.
Okay. Councilmember Kim?
I'd like to second that, please.
All right. Any discussion? And the motion on the floor is to draft up not a resolution, to recognize Casey Becker and her Region 8 team.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any discussion? Okay.
The vote is open.
Oh, yes.
All right, unanimously, 9-0. Okay, any other council members? Oh,
Wait,
Mayor Pro Tem
I
Noble?
found the word I lost, dividends. They will be reporting dividends in about 3 or 4 days. That's how it works every single quarter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right, any other council members? Have any emergency unforeseen circumstances? Okay, all right, City Manager Rogers, weekly report.
Thank you, Mayor. I will try to step through this quickly, but very first and foremost, you all may have saw me running around a little bit during the meeting. Weather conditions continue to change. So one thing that we will be doing is doing a delayed opening of all of our facilities tomorrow at 10 a.m. We're anticipating frigid temperatures with ongoing snow, somewhere between 2 to 4 inches. Knowing that this is Colorado, that could drastically increase or not happen at all. So we are going to be extremely cautious to give our Public Works Snow Operations team time enough to be able to make sure that the roads are not slick and clear. That being said, we are going to be also monitoring through the morning and day whether or not we will need to activate our recreation centers as warming shelters. So if that does come to be the case, I will make sure that you all are aware. And obviously, we will have to rely on our staff initially for this item because just the timing in which we won't be able to get with our vendor, which requires a 24-hour lead time just because of the conditions. But we've been monitoring this for the last 2.5 hours. And once again, things are starting to just look a little bit more dynamic than what we initially thought from forecast projections. Couple of things coming out of the city manager's office. We're currently working on the 2024 community report. Last year, we did one for 2023 that detailed major accomplishments of the organization last year, key initiatives, projects, improvements achieved by various divisions and departments. As it pertains to Public Works, like to be able to give a kudos to our grants team as well as PW. In general, the Department of Transportation has awarded the city $1.6 million to conduct planning work for a comprehensive evaluation, looking at connectivity between Brighton Boulevard and Vasquez Boulevard for 60th Avenue. This is really the first step in trying to identify solutions on reconnecting the Adams Heights community, which has been severed from the larger community as a whole due to the result of rail lines and highways. So once again, we're going to start working on appropriations ordinance to bring that back to you all, but Department of Transportation is awarding us $1.6 million for 60th Avenue and to look at what those improvements may be able to come from that work. If you've driven down 64th and Glencoe, we've installed a rapid flashing beacon, which is now operational. That was in response to the fatal vehicle/pedestrian accident that occurred near the church in late 2024. While this may be temporary in nature, we are going to be relying on the results from the 64th Avenue corridor study to inform if that location needs to be moved or if the improvement there needs to be enhanced in any way. With PRG, Kalu Park, The project is about 70% complete with concrete flat work. Shelters are installed. We're about to have our playground and restroom equipment delivered on site. We're still estimating a park opening late spring and working on grand opening timelines. With the Second Creek Farms Park, we were finishing construction drawing revisions. We are working on a necessary easement with the HOA for the sidewalk, and we are in the process of procurement for playground equipment. We're hoping to be able to get the RFP out for construction by the end of Q1 this year. Paradise Island, we're starting to continue to make progress with getting a number of different issues exposed and being replaced. We have found additional issues. Once again, when you start to dig, you start to find other issues. That's just the game of construction. We found issues in our pool shell piping as we uncovered, and we are able to have certain on or in the field solutions to address those repairs, so it doesn't create additional timeliness issues or cost overruns. So, good work to the team on being able to capture that. The big thing for us being able to stay on task for getting that open by Memorial Day is going to really be, Mother's Day is going to be the construction, is be able to have nice weather and have long stretches of nice weather so that we can be able to continue that work. Splash pad construction is still on schedule, going well. The final concrete pad was poured in October. We're starting to work on the spray jets. That was a heavy lift, as you all know, that we had functional errors with underground piping and the actual lack of spraying jets. So we're anticipating both the splash pad, Paradise Island will be open for this upcoming season. We just got to keep grinding away on it. Last but not least out of that is the Bison Grill. We have a contracting process for market analysis of revenue projections. That was discussed by council at the last discussion of the matter in November. We are hiring THK to do revenue analysis of those projections, and we'll bring a presentation to council. We're still on track for that April presentation, and hopefully we'll be able to get to you all sooner. We are still working on a process for marketing of the Bison Grill, and we are leveraging Slate Communications or potentially CEO Instrumental Group to help create that marketing plan, which we should hopefully have more information by the end of next week. Once we kind of get through that marketing plan, and I think we've closed all of the loops, I will then release my team to start actually putting time and effort behind the construction activities for that project. But we want to close this gap with council first before taking that next step of really putting some monies behind the project. Last but not least, I will be out of office January 22nd and 23rd. And that's all I have to share today.
Jason, real quick, tomorrow is supposed to be Community Wellbeing Open House from 12 to 2. Is that still going to take place?
As it stands right now, Mayor, yes. Once again, we're just going to be on a delayed opening at 10 a.m. for all facilities. I don't anticipate having to close down City Hall, the Civic Center and or the facilities due to the inclement weather. Now, once again, if I get a different message from our teams 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and really I've got to make that call at 2 because we have staff that would typically have been in or getting ready to come in at 3 a.m. in the morning. So like to catch them before they get too far. So with the delayed opening, probably 5 being the latest that I'll have an update on whether or not the weather is more severe than what we thought. It's not looking that to be the case. But once again, I get updates throughout the night, and I'll make a decision when I have credible information to act on.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kim?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Quick question. City Manager Rogers, Eagle Point Parkway Drive, I may have missed it, or I know there was discussion in the past regarding a crosswalk in that area there to go get across to the plaza that's across the street from there.
64th.
64th, is it 64th? I thought it was Parkway Drive is what I'm looking at. Curious to know as far as where do we stand on that, or if you don't have an answer for me right now, that's fine, but I would love to get something out to the rest of council whenever you do?
Yes, great question. I would say I'd have to talk with our traffic division, transportation division to see if anything has come about with that. But I do remember there being a discussion around an evaluation of location. But we can get back to you on that, sir.
And then the second part is, I know there was a motion made last year regarding broadband connection and basically network and cellular connection. Just wondering where we stand with that.
Still nowhere of any note or mention, sir. We've not been able to get a hold of the various carriers. The ones that we have met with us based on how they could provide support to city's operations. And they've shared tendentially high-level new towers or 2 new towers that'll be coming online sometime this year, but could not guarantee when that would occur. We do have one of our policy analysts trying to make connections with government liaisons for the likes of AT&T, T-Mobile, who we met with, Verizon, Comcast, but we've not been able to garner any ability to get them to come in front of you all to this point.
And then my final one is regarding Suncor. Last year, there was a motion made, a request to bring them in front to council, future council meeting, but I'm assuming with all the lawsuits that are occurring on, I'm assuming that's probably dead. They're not willing to come forward in front of council and to discuss what their plans are to be transparent for the community.
I will go back and I will intimate again. You know, I think there's a desire, there's a willingness to come before. I think they want to understand the expectations on engagement with this council, both, you know, from a healthy tension and an ability to be able to share how to work collaboratively going forward and not necessarily to be dictated to. I mean, that's from conversations that I've had with our liaisons at Suncor. And I think that's an important thing on their side that they're having to balance between. And I think that's just a conversation that we can continue to have with them, but, you know, they have to have that comfort that, right, the conversations are going to be able to lead to a collaborative and positive approach on how to provide investment back into the community, at the same time being able to help them understand how this council would like to see those improvements made within the community at the same time.
I think they owe it to the community to be much more transparent than they are. Obviously, they're making millions of dollars or billions of dollars at this point, but definitely would love to have them come forward to discuss with us as far as to be that transparent body, rather than not doing anything at all. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney Zarzeki, you have any?
Nothing, Mayor, with the exception of I just heard word that it's very slippery in this back exit. So if anyone's exiting that way to your car, please be careful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, that gives us to our reports, and I just start out here. Wishing everybody Happy New Year. Hope everybody had a safe and sound time with their families and away from council for the last 2 weeks. I did meet with Devinder Sandhu on his property on 96th and Tower. Going to walk through, have a meeting tomorrow, a phone conversation with Tristan Colblar. He is representative for the 7-Eleven store on 81st and Tower. I just want to have a discussion. Promising nothing, just to listen. And any other council members have any, you want to do a brief? Councilmember Dukes.
Yeah, just to mention last week's meeting with Adams 14, I want to thank Adams 14 for taking time as a board. But I thought it was a really just thoughtful discussion around a number of sensitivities, things that are happening with the school district and with our city. And I appreciate them being able to be as transparent as possible.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I also appreciated meeting with the school board and other representatives from the Adams 14 School District. I did want to let you know that on Monday, there will be a webinar regarding the boot camps that NLC is offering for grant opportunities. And so I will be sending that to you, City Manager Rogers, and you can get that out to the rest of the council people. This is just a informational webinar for anybody who might want to participate, and I thought I would bring that forward to council after the webinar to get approval for my participation. I know that I want to make that commitment, but if there's anybody else, I'd like to offer that opportunity to council as well as staff. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Oh, I did want to mention, I want to offer my condolences to Guillermo Serno's family. He recently lost his wife of over 50 years, and they have been such an integral part of the community. But then last week, his father passed away as well, and he has two brothers who live here. Guillermo unfortunately had to move his family to Thornton because they couldn't afford the Metro District taxes and the HOA anymore. But I did want to send those condolences out because he has been such a incredible asset to this community, and he truly, truly cares about the people here. Thank you.
All right, with that, I will give you guys 3 minutes. We're adjourned at 10:57. Drive home safely. Good night. Thank you.